Trainer,
Here.
Tribble,
Here.
Mole, Podier, Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi,
Here.
McClellan, Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Capozzi,
Present.
Caldwell,
Present.
Robbins, never mind, Spalding, Castello,
Present.
Parmar, Simcoe,
Present.
Wanjin,
Present.
Domino,
Present.
Foster,
Here.
Sheila,
Present.
Becerra,
Present.
Gale,
Present.
Yalamanchili,
Present.
Heightskill,
Present.
Demarla, Patel,
Here.
Uchoa,
Here.
Harrell,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Barrickman,
Present.
Almanar,
Present.
Anderson,
Present.
Castellan,
Present.
Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Costas, Martin, Saucedo,
Present.
Tache, Brenner. All right, 32 out of 42 quorum is verified.
Alrighty, we're at approval of the minutes. Please take a look at last meeting's minutes. If there are any changes, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, approve the agenda. Please take a look at the agenda for today. Any changes, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Vice Chair Becerra.
Move to approve this meeting's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, open forum. So how we're going to do this, just to raise your hand, and we're going to have a minute 30 per person. So we're just going to kind of go from that side of the room on. So all those wishing to speak in open forum. I'm going to go first in the yellow. Yes. Oh no, you can come up to the front.
Test. Yes.
Hi, I'm mainly here to express my concern of alleged abuses of a graduate professor that I heard about. As a student, I feel like this is very concerning to hear, very alarming. As a prospective graduate student, I would like to, I'm considering UCF for the graduate program, and hearing that a graduate professor is allegedly abusing students is not a really good thing to hear. So I feel like the Senate should obviously take the utmost priority in addressing this concern, as it's in the student body's interest, in the student body's best interest to do so. So, yeah.
Hello, my name is Enrique. I'm a junior math major. I'm going to echo the sentiment of the student that was previously up. The fact that, a lot of these accusations are actually kind of old is kind of shameful for our school. And as a member of this student body and as a victim of sexual assault in the past, I think this is a matter that needs to be treated with incredible seriousness. And if this student government claims to represent us, I think that we should all, go ahead and let this investigation go through.
Yeah.
Everyone, just to echo the sentiments of my previous students, I just have a brief statement to make. So, as an immigrant myself, a recent transfer to UCF, and as an applicant to student government, I am disappointed that nothing has been done to address the numerous allegations against this professor as of yet, and especially considering how old these accusations are. I ask, is your purpose not to serve your constituents and to address their grievances? A brief investigation to find the truth will no doubt solve these problems. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rihanna Duke. I'm a current sophomore here at UCF, and I'm just going to kind of echo the same sentiment. I implore the Senate to further look into this investigation and look at the accusations with the severity that they deserve. The Senate is here to look after the student body and represent the student body, so I think it's very important for us to consider threats against the safety of the student body. Thank you.
All right. Okay. My name is Blake. I'm a freshman here at UCF, and I'm further echoing the of my fellow students and saying that I think it's important that the Senate further investigates these allegations, as I think they pose a serious risk to the safety of the student body. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Larkin Sabula. A lot of y'all know me because I was a former senator, and I'd like to speak in favor of Muhammad's resolution. It's extremely scary that these accusations have been left to fester, and the university needs to take action, and the student body senate needs to urge them to take action. And I'd also like to speak in favor of Jason Tache's resolution. I actually helped him write it a little bit, so if you could both pass those, they would greatly help the student body. And I know that one thing that Senate really appreciates is students coming to speak in favor. And when I was a senator, that rarely happened. So I'd really like you to urge all of you to listen to me and my fellow students. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak during open forum? Oop, all right.
Hello, my name is Nathan Lax. I'm here to speak in favor of Muhammad's resolution. The idea of these allegations going unlooked into, unchecked, frightens me deeply as a student at UCF. I don't believe that this is the way things should be done. I believe that you, as a body of the student government, owe a duty to the students here at UCF, and I am looking forward to watching you all uphold this duty by voting in favor of this resolution. Grab this.
If there are any other individuals wishing to speak in open forum, please raise your hand. Seeing none. Alrighty, announced from the student body president. Chief of Staff Greenway.
Hi, everyone. I hope all is well. Just a couple updates from President Lopez. Yesterday, she called to order the first ANSF committee meeting, so congratulations to Chair Wanjan and Vice Chair Borges on that. And then since the last Senate meeting, the Executive Cabinet met with downtown administration and student leaders, and we look forward to future collaboration. And then now some appointments on behalf of President Lopez. President Lopez hereby appoints Connor Cantrell to the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 3. Annabelle Perry to the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 4. Hussein Chella to the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 5. Elise Butler to the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 6. Arjun Batheja to the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 7, Nidhi Budibeta to the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 10, Hunter Oldensky to the College of Sciences, seat 6, and Rachel Platties to the College of Science, seat 7. And there will be more appointments at the next Senate meeting.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chief of Staff Greenway? Chair Borges.
Less of a question, just a really big thank you for all the work you had to put in for all of those. So thank you.
Alrighty. Any other questions for Chief of Staff Greenway? Seeing none. Announcements from the Student Body Vice President. None. And Comptroller's report. Oh, the Comptroller's here. Hello.
Hello? Perfect. Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well. The Finance Office met this week and approved the audit of the Judicial Branch. I'm getting issues sorted out with the Business Office before our next meeting in approximately a week and a half. The CRT current account balance is $445,982.27 with a reversion rate of 1.89%. The FAO current account balance is $238,251.09 with a reversion rate of 11.8%.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for the Comptroller? Seeing none. Thank you. Alrighty. Cabinet Forum. Looks like none. Announcements from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Carroll.
Okay. Oh. Hello, Senate. So first off, our Jewelry with the Justices outreach event is tomorrow, planned by the External Assistant Chief Justice. It'll be from 1 to 4 p.m. in the office, so I encourage you to stop by if you can. The Chief Justice over at FAU reached out to me this week to discuss different ways that our branch operates, ways that they can expand and such. So I'll be working with him to try to meet next week. We saw 2 fiscal appeals this week. And we have one more currently in the scheduling phase. Huge shout out to all of our justices and everyone else who stayed last night for the hearing. Our council is going to continue to work with Chair Wanjan and ORS to see how we can further smooth out the process.
All right. Are there any questions for Chief Justice Carroll? Seeing none. Thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections. None. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, Chair Wanjan.
Hey guys. We had our first ANSF Budget Committee meeting yesterday, October 19th. We held chair and vice chair elections and are currently in the process of determining the next meeting time, as well as which budget committee members will represent what entities. If you sit on the budget committee and have not filled out either the when to meet or the form to submit your entity preferences, please do so as soon as possible because I need those ASAP. And then for Borges's budget facts.
Awesome. So this will be kind of like a weekly thing from now on. The great defunding of 2014 is what I'm speaking on today. Due to a reduction of $1.3 million from the total ANSF budget between fiscal years 2014 and 2015, the following occurred. Late nights was nearly zero funded by the ANSF Budget Committee in 2013 as they received a nearly $150,000 cut from the $180,000 budget. The effects of the cut still remain today. The Campus Activities Board received nearly $90,000 cut. Homecoming took a nearly $40,000 cut, and the Executive Branch took a nearly $80,000 cut. And I yield back to Wanjan.
Yeah, we're done. Any questions?
Ready. Are there any questions for Chair Wanjan? Seeing none. Thank you. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, Chair Greenup.
What's up, guys? Happy to see everyone today. Just a few updates on the Scholarship Committee. So all the SG scholarships have been reworked and voted on. So feel free to visit the Google Doc and check out those if you're interested. Secondly, we begin listening to scholarship requests. So 5 of those have been voted on so far, and we'll continue to have people come in as they're requested. And lastly, we'll be reholding vice chair elections whenever a new senator is approved. So if you are the new senator that is appointed, feel free to run. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Greenup? Seeing none, thank you. All right, now it's from the Senate President. Hello. Good evening to everybody. Just to keep in mind, tonight will more than likely be long, so please plan accordingly. I would be shocked if we get out of here before midnight. As a reminder, we're not hosting Senate next week, so please enjoy the T-Pain concert on Thursday, as well as the rest of UCF Homecoming throughout the week. We got a lot of people put a lot of work into this, and there's a lot of cool events going on. Our Halloween-themed Senate's going to be November 3rd. That was what we all kind of agreed to, and I'll be emailing out the sign-up form for this upcoming week, so you can just get confirmed with your costume. Nothing weird, please. Last kind of big announcement, Pro Tem Foster and I have agreed to host our Senate retreat on November 12th. We'll have some updates regarding that in the coming days and weeks, but attendance is statutorily required. You can request an LJR absence should that be necessary. We're working to make it as fun and engaging as Senate can be. With that, the last thing I have is resignations. I hereby officially resign Scarlett Robbins from CCIE seat 3. With that, are there any questions for the Senate President? I'm first going to go to Senator Moll.
President voting.
So noted at 7:25. Are there any questions for the Senate President? Cool. All right. With that, Internal Legislative Assistant Report, ILA Yalamanchili.
My apologies if there's nothing on the agenda. I'm having technical difficulties with that. But anyway, today we had a great SGLC meeting where members of the executive branch came and presented to the SGLCers and talked about the work they did and answered questions that the SGLCers asked. And so I am very thankful to the executive branch for doing that. And next week, the judicial branch will be doing that. And the week after, the same day as the Halloween themed Senate social is Senate's day in SGLC. And so I expect members of Senate leadership who come to, if you want to, come in costumes, because the SGLCers will probably be coming in costumes as well. But anyway, that's that. It was a great SGLC meeting. And with this day in history, in 1973, the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II opened the Sydney Opera House in the great city of Sydney in the great country of Australia. And the second fact is today, Liz Truss resigned as the leader of the Conservative Party and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. You will not be missed. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for ILA Yalamanchili? Chair Temple.
So when will we be getting our new round of mentees? Because I remember that we may be getting one within the next week or two.
Yes, you'll be getting the next round of mentees by next week. Yeah.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for ILA Yalamanchili? Seeing none, that was your fact for the day. That's it. That's not happening in miscellaneous business. Moving along, External Legislative Assistant Report, ELA DeMarla. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here with us. She has a fever, so I'll read it out for her. Hi, guys. Unfortunately, I'm down with something, so I'm not here in person, but I'm excited to announce that Dean meetings are on their way. Please fill out the when to meets and the group meets regarding group preparation for the Dean meetings, and especially complete the polls regarding Dean meeting times, as once the polls close, I will choose the most available time if no one comes forward saying that none of those times work for them. It would be most professional for us to respond as soon as possible, which is why I'm urging this. Keep in mind that Dean meetings are a statutory requirement, with the only exception to not being present for them is academic conflicts. So please inform me of these conflicts and work conflicts prior to establishing a time with them. Are there any questions for ELA DeMarla? Seeing none, Senator Parmar.
President voting.
So noted at 7:28 p.m. Senate President Pro Temp report, Pro Temp Foster.
All right, hello. This week, D-Leg McClellan and I met with a few senators regarding legislation. So just a really friendly reminder that you're free to come and meet with anyone in the office of the Pro Tempore regarding initiatives or legislation. We love hearing from you. So if you have a simple question or you just even need help writing something, just to do a little jump start, you can always come to us. This week, I met with the Sports Club Council regarding some initiatives they would like to see from student government and Senate in general. Lastly, shout out to Chair Wanjan and Boris for being elected to lead the ANSF committee as chair and vice chair.
All right, are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, Pro Tem Foster.
All right, guys, unfortunately, Ryan cannot be here with us tonight. You know, he kind of injured his arm, so I'll be taking over his report. He says, good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing well. This week, we'll need to see fiscal bills 5420, 5421, 5422, as well as resolutions 5413, 5414, and proclamations 5413, 5414, 5415, all on second and third readings due to our sporadic Senate schedule this month. So let's make sure we see those on second reading, then third reading as efficiently as possible so we can see as much as possible. Please reach out to Ryan if you have any ideas for legislation or if you want to talk about any other student government initiative you may have. He would be more than willing and happy to help. Finally, a reminder that all legislation must be submitted to me and Ryan by Wednesdays at 5 to be approved and be seen that same week.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Chair Temple.
Not a question, just a quick reminder. The proclamations only need to be seen on second reading tonight, just for clarification for those who may be confused, especially for SGLCers.
Alrighty, are there any other questions for Pro Tem Foster? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, Deezer Patel.
Hi guys, as many of you know, I'm making IM teams for SG and all. I have also emailed it and it's attached in the agenda right now, the form. I just want to let you know this is like a great opportunity to meet and work and play with the people from other 4 branches, EC, Judicial, and Exec. I want to make it clear because people have been feeling discouraged. It doesn't matter if you've never played soccer or volleyball in your life. No experience is needed. You could just join and everyone's welcome. It's going to be a fun idea. Also, we need more women to participate because it's co-ed. So I have a decent amount of responses, but there's a lack of women. So feel free to fill it out and participate.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Deezer Patel? Chair Borges.
Have you made any additional progress from when we talked about the RSA distribution form?
Yes, I actually got the updated list from someone in court and I was working on it today. You'll have the finalized updated version Monday morning.
Vice Chair Hurl.
Is there any way we can look at doing a softball team? Because the baseball one said men only, and I would like to play baseball or softball.
So I did look for that because when I did say the baseball is only for men, I did try to find a supplement for women, but there is no softball offered by IM, so unfortunately.
Alrighty, are there any other questions for Deezer Patel? Seeing none, Caucus reports, APIA Caucus Chair, Chair Patel.
So we did not meet this week because we didn't have quorum, but I will be holding another caucus meeting Tuesday at 2 p.m. next week.
Are there any questions for Chair Patel? Seeing none, Black Caucus report, Chair Holmes. Vice Chair Castle.
So Coordinator Collins, Sierra, and Chair Holmes and I, we all solidified the flow of the future of our faculty event that will be happening in November. And we are excited to moderate a respectful and civil forum where students are able to share their experiences about, faculty members and utilize our resources to make this campus as inclusive as possible. The flyers should be available on the student government page next week. And about 5 to 6 RSOs have contacted me and Sierra, Chair Holmes, about funding for SG, and we are happy to see our Black Caucus meeting assisted them on learning how to use these campus resources.
Are there any questions for Vice Chair Castle? Seeing none, Disability Caucus report, Vice Chair Borges.
So like it says, no meeting this week. Chair Tasha and I both had conflicts.
Any questions for Vice Chair Borges? Seeing none, Hispanic Latinx Caucus report, Chair Salcedo.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, Hispanic Heritage Month has come to an end. We had a good run. Our next meeting is tomorrow at 3 p.m. in the conference room.
Are there any questions for Chair Salcedo? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus caucus report, Chair Allen-Chili.
Once again, there's no caucus report in the agenda because of technical difficulties. But last week, we did not meet because we did not have quorum. And because of other commitments, I will be resigning as LGBTQ plus caucus chair. What that means is that both the positions of chair and vice chair are open. And if any of you wants to grow into a leadership position in Senate and are deeply passionate about LGBTQ plus rights, please join the caucus. The caucus needs more members. The caucus needs a chair and a vice chair. So if people came forward and took up the job, I would deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Ready. Are there any questions for Chair Allen-Chili? Vice Chair Ulmer.
Question for anyone who can answer, but can SGLCers be caucus chairs or vice chairs because they're part of student government?
No. Are there any other questions for Chair Allen-Chili? Seeing none, Women's Caucus report, Chair Moda.
Hello, everyone. I am honored to be the new chair of the Women Caucus. We have been having weekly meetings and discussing ways to advocate for those who identify as female. This month is actually Domestic Violence Awareness Month, so we just want to bring some attention to that, especially with this proclamation that we have later on. And we also plan to have a safety walk this Saturday at 8 p.m. and we'll be meeting at the Student Union first. If you are interested in participating, please let me know because it'd be really nice.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Moda? Seeing none, unfinished business, none. Fiscal Committee caucus time. Alrighty, we've hit it. So what we're going to do is going to have CRT and FAO meet at the same time as they have business that needs to be dealt with. And then following that, we'll have ORS meet separately. So I guess I'll ask Chair Millington and Chair Borges who wants the chamber and who wants the conference room, if there was any preference.
We discussed, I want the chamber, she wants the conference room.
Okay, so CRT will meet here in the conference, no, here in the chamber. This is not a conference room. And FAO will meet in the conference room. I recess at 7:36.
I feel like you could have taken.
If everyone who does not need to be in the chamber can leave, that'd be great. I know.
Let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready. It's inside the minutes folder. Okay. It's inside. I can't edit my
FAO is. And to SGLCers, you're welcome to stay here if you would like, or step out.
Okay, everyone who's not in CRT, please try to be quiet. I hereby call this meeting to order at 7:37 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Tribble.
Chair Borges.
Here.
Myself here. Harrell. Present. Shidla.
Present.
Wanjin. Present. ORS rep.
Present.
Pro Temp rep.
Here.
Okay, 7 out of 5, quorum verified.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tribble. Sorry, because Brody removed my entire access to the drive, there's some things I have to add back. So if you could put in your email, give us 1 second. Okay, just refresh. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Vice Chair Tribble. Please look over the last meeting's minutes. I'll take a motion when you guys are ready. Should the
motion to approve last meeting minutes?
So the motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Any objections? Seeing none, they'll stand approved by general consent. Go over today's agenda. I'll take a motion. Harrell.
Move to approve this meeting's agenda.
So the motion to approve today's agenda. Any objections? Seeing none, it stands approved by general consent. Okay, so for me, hey guys, 4 allocations. That's all for me. Any questions? Seeing none, Vice Chair Tribble, anything? Awesome. Any committee members with announcements? None. Any non-committee members with announcements? Awesome. Allocations. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Harrell.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate.
So the motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, we now be there. Allocation 54, 155 is actually represented by me. Do you have something, Castillo?
Is the updated tracker in the Google Drive or no?
Yes, we're using Google Drive for everything. The tracker is right. It's just the minutes are in the minutes folder because I couldn't move them out of the minutes folder to the main drive because I don't have access to do that. Is that the only question? Okay, cool. I'm representing Drew. I'll give myself 3 minutes. Drew is attending the Space Vision 2022 conference in Chicago, Illinois from November 10th, 2022 to November 13th, 2022. This conference will allow Drew to get the shoe in the door for networking opportunities and to meet industry professionals. As a second-year aerospace engineer, he's looking into internship opportunities and wants to see the ones available at this conference, in which peers have said this conference is a great opportunity to do that. He doesn't expect to get a job out of this first conference, but he hopes to get his name out there. He said it would be an amazing learning experience. Drew is financially trained and has sent me proof, understands the post-funding process after I explained it, is an undergraduate student, is not an international student, and everything we cannot fund, he will pay out of pocket. I yield to questioning. Any questions, Harrell?
Why is the start date in red on the tracker?
If we don't approve it tonight, it had to be denied. Should though.
It says he's planning to share the room costs on the tracker. Is that true?
I talked to him about it. He originally was under the impression that the SEDS got, I think it was SEDS got a bill for the same conference, and he originally thought he could use the funds from their allocation. I told him no, because he was not on the travel roster and he's doing it separately. So he knows now that he's going to be by himself for this and not splitting it with another allocation. Any other questions or a motion? Harrell.
Move to debate.
So motion, move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Any debate? Should the
We've approved so many students this conference. I see no reason why not to approve. I will be voting in favor.
Awesome. Any other debate? Harrell,
Mayor Dane?
you may.
Yeah, I share the same sentiments as Senator Shilla, so yeah, move to vote.
So the motion to vote on allocation 54-155. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Vote count of 6-0. This passes. Allocation 54-157. Is Avery Reyna here? Amazing. So he didn't show up on Monday. He never emailed me back after I sent 2 invitations, one for last week's and one for this week's meeting. His request is out of timeline if he did not show up, and he is not here. I yield to any questioning. Harrell.
So it would be the best action to PPI it?
Because if we don't approve it today, it's out of timeline, it'd be best to deny it. We can not return to this at a future date. Any other questions or motion? Should the
motion move to debate?
So motion move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Any debate? Should the then Harrell.
Yeah, since you sent him multiple requests and he didn't show up and he hasn't contacted you, I will be voting against this.
Okay, Harrell.
Move to vote.
So motion to vote on allocation 54-157. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? The vote kind of 0 to 7 to 0. This is denied. Yeah, there's 7 of us, right? Did I miscount before? Should have been 7 to 0 to 0 the first allocation. My bad, guys. Fixed. Okay. 54-177. Circle K International. Are you here? Yes. You can come up to a chair with a mic, and then you'll have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, can everyone hear me all right? Cool. Okay. Hi, everyone. So I wasn't here probably a month ago requesting money for a conference, but I'm back because we've got another conference coming up. So basically, this conference is in New York. So we are requesting money for travel because we are a out-of-state chapter of our organization. This conference comps the registration and hotel cost. So all we're here is requesting money for travel. So yeah, if anyone has any questions.
We're now on for questioning. Harrell, then Castillo, then Shidla.
Is this just an individual allocation?
No, this is a group.
You can follow up. You may.
Yeah, I'm only seeing, am I looking at the wrong one on the tracker?
54-177.
Yeah, on the tracker, it says that its number of students funded is 1, and the total request is $266.
Yes. Do I explain, Taylor?
You may explain, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, we are asking for a group travel allocation instead of an individual one because the individual cap is at $200, and we are going on behalf of our organization. So pretty much, we are asking for that as a group allocation for the organization rather than an individual individual request.
If it helps, when I spoke to the president of the organization, so this is just one of the representatives that she sent, gave consent for, they are required to send one of the representatives apparently to this conference. So that's why they're only sending one person, because they had to fulfill that requirement. And that's why only one person is going. That's what I received from the president. Harrell.
So are you, Sean, going? Are you the representative, or who is the representative?
Genevieve Kent is the representative.
Castillo, then Shidla.
Does your RSO have 2 financially trained officers?
Yes, myself and the person going, Genevieve Kent.
You may ask a follow-up, yeah.
Have you sent the proof of that to the chair?
Yes, when I got my previous allocation.
I believe I only received one. If you submit it with the previous one, I'd still like to see it for this one too. I only received, I believe, one. So if you can just send me that second one as soon as you can, not that big of a deal. Shidla.
Is the student attending an international student?
You have a follow-up? You may.
So this is a question for the chair.
Yeah.
I see that the requested cost is $266. Regarding reversion, could we ask the individual or the RSO if they're comfortable increasing it by a little bit, just in case of fluctuation?
You can ask, yeah.
Yes. I don't know. I'm going to do the math first.
Okay. And we'll move on to any other questions, Harrell.
So can I ask like a procedural question? Because I'm like, yeah. I'm a little nervous. Like, voting in favor of this as like a group, like an RSO, just since it's only one individual. Now that just might be me overthinking it, but so this just takes out of the $5,000 cap. It doesn't like restrict them from asking for more later, correct?
So they can request as much up into the cap. So if they're only getting 300 or so, if we increase it, then they still have that 4,600 whatever amount left. Does that make sense? And then if I know you brought up getting someone, approving an RSO for one person, we can talk more about that in debate. Okay. I think Wanjan was first, and then Shidla.
I might be stealing Shidla's question. Would you be comfortable putting the travel cost up to $300 just in case of change, like the cost moving around?
Yeah, so I just pulled up flight cost on Google right now, and it does look like they're like right around 300. So that would be okay.
Shidla.
So I'm curious, why did you only request travel? Why not registration or hotel?
Yeah, so pretty much because of the way that the conference works, they mostly cater towards people in their state because of the affordability cost, but they have representatives from the other states along the East Coast because it's like our regional conference. So any of the ones from the states that aren't New York, because it's hosted in New York, have their hotel and registration comped. So basically, we don't have to pay those costs.
You have a follow-up on that? Awesome. Any other questions? Shidla? Oh, and then Patel, sorry.
Is there a certain deadline that you need these funds by?
Just in order to make sure that we purchase that flight before flying out there. So before the conference start date.
Patel.
Are you aware of the post-funding process?
Yes.
Any other questions? Harrell?
Move to debate.
It's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're not there. Any debate? Shidla, then Wanjan, then Harrell.
So I kind of echo some of the sentiments of Senator Harrell, that I at first felt a little bit uncomfortable with the fact that this was an RSO allocation versus individual allocation, but after some deliberation, I will most likely be voting in favor because the amount requested is very low and the RSO is sending an individual on the behalf, so it still is related to the RSO and not necessarily an individual.
I think I saw Wanjan and then Harrell.
Yeah, so while I understand the concerns of some of the other senators, I'm a little confused as to where they're coming from, because we've definitely funded several RSOs to send one person as a representative. I'm specifically seeing Delta Sigma Pi, which was like the first allocation we had this fiscal year, which is 5334. Botanical Society at UCF, one person, 5448. And I'm pretty sure there were a couple others, Biomedical Engineering Society at UCF, Casino Resort Club. Like, this is not the first time we'd be doing this. I don't see any reason why we would have a problem sending just one person when we've done it so many times in the past.
Harrell,
Move to vote.
do you object? Do you withdraw? Castillo,
Move to change the total requested cost to $300.
to how many?
To $300.
Is there a motion to change total requested cost, the travel cost or total requested cost? Travel cost from $266 to $300. Any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent. Thank you, Wanjin. Any other debate? Castillo.
Move to vote.
Is there a motion to vote on allocation 54-177? Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All those in favor? Those against? Those abstaining? Vote count of 5-0-2. This passes. I'm sure you already know the process as you've been through it multiple times. You're getting an email saying what you're approved for, your version date. Let me know if the accountants don't reach out to you within the next 2 weeks. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Shidla?
I just noticed something. It's kind of unrelated, but can I ask the individual something?
You may.
May I ask why the contact is your email, but not the person who's going?
Yeah, so my position in our RSO is in order to organize conferences. So anytime we do travel to conferences, I'm the one that comes in and requests the funding. That's kind of why I listed myself on there, because I'm also the one that fills out the forms with the business office and does that entire process.
Any other questions? Okay, cool. 54-147, Ibrahim. So we actually approved this already. Probably you guys are like, oh, this seems familiar. Basically, they can't attend the conference and want us to zero it out by their request. I yield to questioning. Any questions? Wanjin.
Move to debate.
So the motion moved to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're not there. Any debate? I think I saw Harrell first and Wanjin.
Move to zero out the allocation.
There's a motion to zero out allocation 54-147. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll check that as general consent. Give us 1 second to make sure that is zeroed out before we vote. Okay, awesome. 47, 0, and 0. Awesome. I think Wanjin was first, then Shidla. No, Shidla.
Motion to move to vote.
So the motion to vote to reapprove allocation 54-147 with the new zeroed out numbers. Is that an objection? Do you withdraw? Harrell?
It's 147, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the registration wasn't zeroed out. Okay, now we're good.
Thank you for fixing that. That was my bad. Okay. Any other debate or motions? So the motion to vote on allocation 54-147 to reapprove it. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. Those in favor? Those against? Those abstaining? Vote kind of 7-0-0. This passes again. Castillo?
Question to RS, Chair?
You may.
I don't send a slip, right?
No, you're good.
Awesome. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. New business, none. Member discussion. Anyone wishing to discuss anything? Harrell?
Yeah, so I didn't realize that we've seen allocations like that. Maybe I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. I will say maybe word things a little better. It sounded kind of passive aggressive the way you said that. But I understand it because I didn't put 2 and 2 together. That's my bad. Also, on a lighter note, tomorrow, the RSO I am a part of is hosting STEM Day. If you guys want to come see some cool lasers and optic demos, let me know. Just send me a text and I will give you the time and place that you can come. We can't have anyone during the presentations with the kids, but we have 15-minute breaks in between each presentation. So I am more than happy to show you guys some demos if that's something you're interested in. I will also be making that announcement on the floor as well.
Any other member discussion? Seeing none. Miscellaneous business. Wanjin.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
Is there a motion to adjourn pending final roll call? Any objections? Seeing none. Vice Chair Triple.
Chair Borges.
Here.
Harrell.
Present.
Shilla. Wanjin. Present. Oris Rep.
Present.
Project Rep.
Here.
Same as initial.
Awesome. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 7:53 p.m. I try my best.
Well, we started a couple of minutes after sit here. Okay. If you want to move into a seat, that'd be best. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely. Who are you? Are you your yourself or my So, right? Yeah. Yes. In the same place I always No, okay, but yeah, all thank you. Is it not my drive? I guess. Do I know Forest Forum. No, 5 is one. No, Forest Forum. I have 7. 7 plus a program. Where is my?
Good question.
Now we don't, wait, we still have forum, I'm gonna wait for you to get back. But where, how can I put this? Okay, sorry, somehow I ended up with the agenda, now I'm sort of. It told me it was going on there for the Forest Drive, but it didn't. So give me a second. It's in my own drive, even though it told me it was copied into. We have one individual who is proposing art that said they were coming, but it should be in the whole 2022 folder now. Because I just did it. Yes. I do a call to order at 7:55 p.m. after Victor, do you have that name? I don't remember reading.
It's UCHOA.
Found it. It should.
He's in a figure.
Yeah. Whoever, we have enough people. I hereby call this meeting to order at 7:55 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Ochoa.
Chair Wanjin. Vice Chair Ochoa here. Senator Bergman.
Excuse.
Senator Borges. Senator Castillo.
Here.
Senator Portier.
Here.
Senator Temple.
Present.
And Pro Temp. Representative.
5 out of 7. Yep, quorum's verified. Approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve this meeting's last meeting's minutes?
So moved.
Awesome. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they stand approved. Approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Amazing. Awesome. Are there any objections? Seeing none, stands approved. Announcement from the chair? None. Announcements from the vice chair?
None.
Announcements from committee members? Does anyone have announcements? Perfect. Announcements from non-committee members? Does anyone who's not a committee member have announcements? Great. Old business post-funding review, CRT 5466, Mariah Jones. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Temple?
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, and 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that stands. So we're seeing her. Yes, Ochoa.
I still don't have access.
Did you refresh it?
Let me try that.
We're seeing her because she has reverted 100% of her funds with $65 that we gave her, all being unused. You'll have 3 minutes to explain why whenever you're ready.
Okay, so to start off, I was not at the meeting to get the allocated funds in the first place. That was by one of our representatives. She came in on my behalf. So basically what happened with those funds, we have a parliamentarian who was in charge of basically running and setting up this event. So she was able to find, I guess, funds in a different format, or I think either that or we used some of our funds from our own account. I was not aware that we were supposed to tell you guys that we needed to return those funds or let you guys know that we needed, I guess, we didn't use those funds. So when I got that email of last week, I was kind of confused, but I asked her and she said, because I guess I did not use those funds, that I was on probation. So I don't know what the process is for after this point, but we end up just using money from a different source.
Okay, we are now questioning. We have 5 minutes. Temple.
Pardon me if this sounds a bit crass, but is this individual part of the Sisters organization? Because this sounds very similar to what had happened to those individuals.
Would you like to direct that to the individual?
Yes, ma'am. So are you a part of the Sisters organization? For context, we had a very similar situation happen with that organization where a representative had requested funds on behalf of several other students. And as a result of that mismanagement, they had all reverted funds as well.
No, I'm part of the National Society of Black Engineers, NSBE.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, I do have one. So this is an individual allocation. Is there a reason that your parliamentarian was working on this and not you?
So I was not, so basically as part of the parliamentarian position, they are in charge of conferences and making sure that all the money that we need in working with our treasurer is used or found for our conferences. So that's the reason why I was not in charge of the allocations. She also went in upon my behalf is because I was not able to attend that allocation. I guess it was here. Yeah.
You may.
Was there like any, sorry, too loud. Was there any like communication between you and the parliamentary? That's what we go. Because with those funds that she represented for you?
So basically, let me see. Make sure I got this correct. Let me check my messages. So she texted me on August 1st saying that I asked her regarding like anything about the allocation because she told us that we had another source of income for our conference, and since she said since you paid for registration already, you won't have to continue with the allocation process. So that's why I'm like, okay, cool. So we're basically there was no need, I guess, to communicate between you guys. So I kind of just ended the process there.
To clarify, that text was between you and the parliamentarian, not you and an accountant.
No, me and the parliamentarian.
Any other questions, Castillo?
You did do the financial training, right?
I did do the financial training, yes.
So
It's escaping me right now. Disregard, Madam Chair.
anyone else with questions? Or a motion? Temple?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Temple?
So as I mentioned in my first question, this seems very similar to what had happened with Sisters. So seeing as this was the fault of an individual representing the student present, I don't think it'd be necessary to punish the student right now. So I would be in support of not sanctioning this individual in particular, although further action could be required moving forward.
Actually, I do have a question. So as far as I'm aware, you and Alyssa Ford were approved for the same amount of money to go to the same conference. Is there a reason that she was able to use her funds and you weren't?
I was not aware that she used her funds. Because the registration, so the registration I paid out of pocket, we paid for the hoteling, I guess, from our other resources. So I wasn't even aware that she got hers, or she used the allocation money.
Castillo?
Did the parliamentarian is the parliamentarian?
Is that a question for the individual? You may.
Is the parliamentarian financially trained?
I'm pretty sure she is. She's part of, so like when It comes to our board. We have our admin board. So parliamentarians part of the admin board and part of the appointed board. So there's a lot of things that happen in the admin board that I'm not aware of. But I like that, for example, her using her allocation funds. But yeah. Temple,
A question to the individual.
you may.
Why weren't you able to attend the this particular CRT meeting in question to request funds?
I had to work. Any other debate or questions? I will state that Alyssa Ford was the person who represented this individual in committee. For anyone who is wondering, I have the agenda pulled up right now. Temple,
A question for the individual.
you may.
Is the name, right, Madam Chair?
Alyssa Ford.
Is Alyssa Ford the parliamentarian for your organization?
Yes. Any other debate or questions? I'm going to put that agenda in debate, I guess. Castillo,
Question for the individual.
you may.
Were you aware that you had to use those funds?
I was not aware we had to use those funds. That's why I ended the allocation process. You may.
Okay. Did the parliamentarian let you know that you had to use those funds?
No, because she said since you already paid for registration, you can stop the allocation process. Temple,
Question for you.
you may.
What was the allocation request for if it weren't for registration?
It was for registration.
And a question for the individual.
You may.
To clarify, did you intend to use the funds for registration as intended?
Yes.
And follow up.
You may.
And did you say you paid out of pocket for those?
Yeah, so the whole process with parliamentarian and treasurer, I don't know what went down with that and why we had to pay registration, but they informed us that we paid for registration and the price that we needed to pay for it is for each person to go. So, Castillo,
Question for the individual.
you may.
Did the parliamentarian tell you to pay out of pocket?
Yes, so they told us how much we each would need to pay through, like we use our NSB Cash App for our registration and conference. I'm confused as much as you are. So yes. Anyone else with debate or questions? We do only have 2 minutes left in debate. Castillo.
Yeah, so I'll be speaking debate. I believe that the individual is not responsible in this case. Obviously, it was I wouldn't know what miscommunication between the parliamentarian and the individual, and I don't think we should sanction the individual. Yeah, I hope. Yeah.
I would like to remind the committee that every individual is expected to be aware of how to use funding on their own, and that this was not a swamped CRT meeting. So unlike the Sisters allocations, we weren't seeing like 20 of them. This was 2 allocations for the same thing. We had every expectation that the individual was financially trained and capable of doing this on their own. Also, we don't tend to accept people pleading ignorance to the way our policies work, because in order to get funding, they have to know how our policies work. Any other debate? Temple.
I suppose with that information in mind, I do not. So, seeing as they were not particularly aware of the policy at that time, nor were they informed either from whatever source, I believe at maximum of 5% sanction then would probably be best. I still don't believe that we should sanction them any higher because of all the extenuating circumstances regarding the parliamentarian. But yes, given that information and still trying to compile all the rest of this, I do see it fit potentially to have some sort of minor sanction in order to see to this.
If we make the decision to do a light sanction, I expect the committee to follow the same precedent we set with Sisters and put the RSO who gave false information on fiscal probation as well. So we would be seeing Nesby, who is already sanctioned. Once again, we're also out of debate time. So I will take a motion.
Temple.
Move to sanction the individual at 5%, remove them from fiscal probation.
There has been a motion to sanction the individual at 5% and remove them from fiscal probation. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. All those in favor? All against? All abstaining? With a vote count of 2 to 1 to 2, the individual is sanctioned at 5%. Thank you for being here. You'll get an email that explains what that means. We are now at FAO 54004.
I have a quick question. So I know you were saying before, Nesby being on probation.
Yes, because the parliamentarian gave you incorrect information, and that is the reason we chose to sanction you at a lighter amount. We will be voting on whether or not to put Nesby on fiscal probation instead of you.
Okay, and what does that entail?
Basically, they would not be able to get funding from us until they can't come and do the same process with us and explain why they gave you incorrect information.
Okay.
We are now at Borjas and then Barrickman.
President voting.
So noted at 8:09 p.m.
President voting.
So noted at 8:09 p.m. We are now at FAO 5404, Ninth Special Event Society. Is there a representative from the RSO here? Seeing none. Okay, we are now in, or is there a motion to postpone this?
So moved.
Amazing. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it stands postponed. Uchoa.
So whenever putting it in the agenda, they came in at 8:09 p.m. Do I just put it like the way it is right now?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Nothing else for old business, nothing for new business. Member discussion, we're not doing that right now. Miscellaneous business, I am putting in the vote for Nesby fiscal probation, since it will be presumably following the same precedent we set with sisters. Is there a motion for speeches, or for, I guess, debate time? Because I'm not just letting this be unlimited debate. Temple.
Move for 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 5 minutes of debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, there will be 5 minutes of debate. Since we have two committee members who came in after, I'm going to just briefly explain. This isn't going to count towards debate time. Basically, the individual we just saw, who was on fiscal probation, did not use any of their funds. They were one of two individuals who got the funding, and they were represented by the other individual who got the funding at the CRT meeting they were present at. And basically, they informed us that the parliamentarian, who was also the other person who got funding through CRT allocations for the same conference, misinformed them and told them they did not need to use their funding anymore because they paid for it ahead of time. Because of that misinformation, the committee chose to only sanction at 5% rather than a higher number like we would generally do, because of the fact that the RSO misinformed them. So now we are discussing whether or not to put Nesby on fiscal probation. I'll take questions from the two committee members who weren't here.
A few, if I may.
You may.
Was the parliamentarian Alyssa Ford?
Correct.
Alyssa Ford also reverted 100%. Is that correct?
No, she reverted $15 out of the 65. We did not sanction her because it was the early bird rate versus the normal.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions from the two of you? Berkman?
Who are we referring to?
The individual who we just saw, that would be Mariah Jones. The CRT 5467, the one thing that has a whole bunch of debate. Okay. Is that all for your two guys' questions? Awesome. We are now in debate. 5 minutes. Borjas?
Yes, I've interacted with Nesby quite a bit. And I feel like the individual, the parliamentarian, was very responsive and did know a lot. But it seems to me, through looking through the minutes of what you guys just said, and then the fact that it was her, that there may be some issues within the board that need to be corrected sooner than later. I feel like seeing them is important. Whether or not we sanction them, not really sure, but like at least seeing them, letting them know that like, it wasn't acceptable, because they do request funding a lot, and I'd rather not get them additional sanctions if it's not necessary. But we need to fix it now. So.
Temple?
I'm in concurrence. Not only does it follow precedent we set with sisters, but it's also a good idea to bring them in to at least clarify what exactly went wrong with this particular with these sets of allocations. So bringing them in and just picking their brain for, pardon my lack of proper terminology, but bringing them in and trying and figuring out what exactly went wrong on their end should hopefully give us more clarification. And whether or not we do sanction them, it's a matter of course, our discretion, but at least seeing them would be of significant note for us moving forward.
For us.
Just a question for you. You probably don't know off the top of your head, but do you remember, I know we sanctioned NSB at 5% already for something in the 53rd session that they did. Like we sanctioned them recently. I guess in February, it's kind of recent. Do you remember at all, either of you, former Chair Temple or current Chair Wonjin?
It was back in February, so it's been a minute. The previous chair before me at all would be the one to ask. So yeah, I don't know that either me or Temple remembers. Patel.
Present voting.
So noted at 8:14 p.m. Boris, did you have something?
Sorry that I didn't mean to add Temple. I know you're a former vice chair. I didn't know if you just had a memory, but I don't blame you for not knowing. So,
Any other debate? If not, I'll just go look at the minutes from that meeting. Boris.
I'm just gonna say, since they already had a 5% sanction, I think this happening shouldn't have happened. They should have learned the first time. So I guess we really, really need to figure out why this happened. So I think this is even more of a reason to see them.
I'm going to take Castillo.
A question to the ORS chair. Do you know if the parliamentarian is the same from February who got sanctioned, or is it different?
I would doubt it, but I can't say for sure. I don't know necessarily. Even the parliamentarian would be an authorized officer because she was the one who was requesting the fiscal bill. So I guess I could check. Borges.
I'm not sure if I'm remembering this correctly, but if it was Alyssa Ford that the individual was talking about, I believe she's now the current president and used to be parliamentarian, but don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure.
Any other debate or questions, I guess? Castillo.
I guess a point of information, the individual who just came in said that Alyssa Ford is a parliamentarian of NSB.
Borges.
Just to confirm, is that currently or when it happened? I know it wasn't that long ago, but like.
I believe they were saying both currently and when it happened, though I am not certain. That one I can definitely confirm for you guys right now, but it's going to be a moment. Sorry. Any other? Yeah, Alyssa Ford is the current president. Mariah Jones is an authorized officer. So by sanctioning NSB, or by putting NSB on fiscal probation, we might have the same individual walk into our meeting. Anybody else with debate or a motion? Temple.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on whether or not to sanction or put NSB on fiscal probation. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. All in favor? All against? All abstaining? With a vote count of 6-0 to 2, NSB has now been placed on fiscal probation. I will notify them as soon as possible. Okay, we're still in miscellaneous business. I will take a motion. Temple.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in final roll call. Vice Chair Ochoa.
Chair Wonjin.
Present.
Vice Chair Ochoa, present. Senator Berkman.
Present.
Senator Borges.
Here.
Senator Castillo.
Here.
Senator Portier.
Here.
Senator Temple.
Present.
And Pro Temp Representative.
I hereby adjourn this meeting at 8:18 p.m.
I was looking through it. I scrolled right to yours. Like, how long is this there?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I don't know how long I have to work this. We're fine.
Alrighty, I reconvene this meeting at 8:22 p.m. Fiscal Committee reports, CRT Chair Boyles.
I'm so sorry for how long this is going to be. In committee, 1017, old business allocations approved 54-129-700, postponed 54-151, 55-157 by general consent, PPI 54-134 by general consent, new business allocations approved 54-161, 60-1, 54-162-700, 54-163, 60-1, 54-164, 60-1, 54-165, 700, 54-166, 700, 54-167, 60-1, 54-168, 600, 54-169, 700, 54-170, 700, 54-171, 700, 54-172, 600, 54-173, 700, 54-175, 700, 54-178, 600, 54-180, 700, 54-181, 600, 54-182, 600, 54-130, 183, sorry, 700, 54-184, 601, 54-168, 186, 601, 54-187, 601, 54-188, 700, postpone 54-174, 177, 179 by general consent, denied 54-159, 0 to 70, 54-160, 0 to 5 to 2, 54-185, 0 to 7 to 0, PPI 54-176 by general consent, bills reapproved fiscal Fiscal Bill 5421-700 and Fiscal Bill 5422-700. In Caucus Old Business Allocations, we approve 54-155-700, 54-177, 5-0-2, 54-147-700. We denied 54-157-0-7-0. Oh God. Okay. I'm waiting the day that I don't have to do it anymore. Hey guys, this week in committee we approved a lot of allocations. I didn't put the number though. You can count, I guess. And 2 fiscal bills postponed a certain amount of allocations that I didn't put down either. PPI had 1 allocation and denied 3 allocations. And that's inaccurate, but you guys see them. In Caucus just now we approved a certain amount that I didn't put. I want to thank my committee for sitting through our 3.5-hour long meeting and 27-page agenda, especially my vice chair for taking all those minutes. Shout out to my mentee Mira for attending the entire excruciatingly long meeting. After reading these allocations into the minutes and with hopefully the new fiscal bills being enacted, CRT has impacted over 600 students. Woo! Yay! As of now, I'm keeping a close eye on the issue with getting international students into Workday, but we are still unsure of what's happening. We've been advised to continue approving international students, but as of now, but that could change. If it does, I'll let Senate know. It'd be fantastic if we can get through all 3 of these fiscal bills on 2nd and 3rd. I'm officially vice chair cubed, so that's fun. Attending all 3 caucuses was rough just now, and I yield to my vice chair for Tribble's tasty treats.
Okay, so to catch all up from 2 weeks ago, Vice Chair Castillo offered some amazingly cold steak and shake fries that he didn't want to finish. And as expected, they weren't great, but it turns out that a little ketchup goes a long way. And this week's snacks were some yummy Golden Maria sandwich cookies. And the general consensus for those can be summed up by Eric's comment: cookie good, chocolate good.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Borges? Seeing none, FAO committee report, Chair Millington.
Hey guys, happy Thursday. So in committee old business allocations, we postponed 5440 by general consent, and bills we postponed fiscal bill 5419 by general consent. New business allocations, we approved 5445 7-0-0, 5446 6-0-1, 5447 5-0-0, and 5448 5-0-0, and we denied 5444 0-7-0. And in caucus old business bills, we approved fiscal bill 5419 6-1-0.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Millington? Seeing none, ORS committee report, Chair Wunschen.
Hey guys, those are numbers. I don't have to read them. This week in ORS, we voted on 4 different post-funding reviews and postponed 4 in committee. In caucus, we voted on 1 post-funding review and postponed 1. We also elected Vice Chair Ochoa. Finally, we spent a while reviewing chapters 805 and 806 and decided on a couple of changes we would like to see in the next update to Title 8. Last week, we decided to review Title 8 in committee week by week rather than splitting up among committee members, and also reviewed Appendix C. Now I yield to my vice chair for Victor's visuals.
Hey guys, that was an interesting first week of Victor's visuals with self-employment struggles when trying to find batteries, Disney trips, Halloween costumes, and obscure posts in the Honors College.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Wunschen? Seeing none, fiscal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, bills, fiscal bill 5419, funding for Ross Rampage to host Ross Rampage at Lyman High School on January 28th, 2023, remanded to CRT. Fiscal bill 5423, funding for Knight's experimental rocketry to build a rocket for the hybrid rocket engine and CubeSat payload event in Las Cruces, New Mexico on September 19th, 2023, remanded to FAO. Fiscal bill 5424, funding for students for the exploration development of space to build a rocket for the composite rocket airframe at Las Cruces, New Mexico on September 19, 2023, remanded to FAO. And fiscal bill 5425, funding for 8 members of the Society of Optics students to travel to the Photonics West 2023 in San Francisco, California from January 28th to February 2nd, 2023 is remanded to CRT. Resolutions, none. Special acts, none. Notice legislation on third reading, none. Notice legislation on second reading. Bills, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Senator Shalal.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questions, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute question, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Fiscal bill 54 20, funding for 20 members of the Pre-Dental Student Association to travel to the spring 2023 Panama service trip in Panama from March 12th to March 19th, 2023. Deeser Patel is the RSO here.
I don't think so.
Alrighty, 5 minutes. Or it looks like he's wrong.
Was it 5419?
It's 5420.
Then no, they're not here.
Okay, so 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
So I'm going to be completely honest. I was not in contact with them, so I'm unaware of that. But am I allowed to postpone this or?
Okay. Is there a motion to postpone fiscal bill 5420? Okay. Moving along, or Chair Millington.
I don't know if this would be a point of information, but Fiscal Bill 5419, we saw that in committee today and the week before that. So that should be on a second reading.
Okay, that's Brody.
So because it was, when the meeting started, it hadn't been seen and voted on, so it was left on first reading and said postponed. So you all need to go back and move it down to second reading and then reapprove the agenda.
Chair Temple.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
So motion to return to the approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Temple.
Move to add Fiscal Bill 5419 to Fiscal Bill second reading.
Motion to add fiscal bill 5419 to fiscal legislation second reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Temple.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
So a motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Temple.
Move to return to Fiscal Bills notice of bills on second reading.
There's been a motion to return to notice of legislation on second reading. Any objections? None. Alrighty. Fiscal Bill 5419, funding for Ross Rampage to host Ross Rampage at Lyman High School on January 28th, 2023. Deeser Patel is the RSO here.
No.
Okay, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
They are. Sorry, they are. I yield to them.
Alrighty. All right. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So we have a quick video that we want to start off by showing, which is on the next slide. Okay. Hope you guys all enjoyed that video. So a little bit about our organization. Our whole goal is to pursue an overall philanthropic mission by working with an organization here in Orlando, which is called Shakti US, which we are going to donate funds to help build them their first shelter for domestic victim violence that are of South Asian descent. And more of our goal is just to get South Asians to kind of foster their love and passion for dance and spread that with the UCF community as well. So I'll talk more details about our event as well. So a little bit about our philanthropy. This is who we'll be working with throughout the entire year and just kind of go to their volunteer events, have our board members help out and everything. Okay, a couple quick facts. Our event is going to be held from January 27th to 28th, and we are also a nationally recognized competition by RAS, which stands for Ross All Stars, which is kind of like our external affiliation. And then for anticipated audience, we're expecting around 200 to 250 people, and getting as more as 450 as well. Okay, so as in terms of marketing and promotion, we try to do a lot. We try to get our name out there as much as we can. We partner with a lot of other Indian related organizations at UCF, such as ISA UCF, some of the other dance teams here, such as Night Ross and Knights Kangana as well, just to get our name out there and just to get the maximum amount of attendance at our competition. Okay, so as I mentioned before, we do have a multiple day event planned where we're going to be hosting the top 8 teams in the nation. So these teams, for example, last year we had people fly out from Rutgers, from Cornell, different teams from all over the nation. So we will be housing them at La Quinta, which is just about like a 2-minute drive from campus. So very convenient for all of the activities that we have planned for them. So on Friday night, on the 27th, we will be having a mixer event. We'll be providing them with food. We'll be providing them with games to play just so that all of these 8 teams can get to know each other. And this is also open for anyone at UCF, for anyone who does want to come and get to know everyone that is a part of this event. And it will be hosted here on campus at the Cape Florida Ballroom. So on Saturday, we will be hosting the competition, which is also open for anyone in the Orlando community and the UCF community to attend, as we do want to share our love and passion for dance with everyone who would love to learn more about it. So we will be hosting this event at Lyman High School as per the external organization that we work with, Ross All Stars. They give us specific stage dimensions and kind of like sizes that we have to abide by, just so that the teams have an ample amount of space to dance, and for any like creative props that they do want to incorporate into their dancing. So this school is obviously very big. It has very large capacity. It does take into COVID precautions as well, and is about 14 miles from here. So we'll be providing transportation for the teams as well. This competition is coming up pretty soon, so we do have a lot of plans for it. We have minute-by-minute schedules for anyone who would like to access our event and just would like to attend all of the activities. So this can be found on our website or anything like that for people to kind of follow along with us throughout the event. Okay, so kind of getting into budget, we are requesting around $18,000 just to make this event possible. Some of the expenses that I'll kind of get into later. Obviously, our biggest expenses are the venue itself and the photography, videography, live streaming that we would like to. Yes, that we would like to do for the event. So I'll kind of get into these. We would like to provide them with food throughout the weekend. So kind of having them with all of Lazy Moon, one of Orlando's fan favorites, and kind of stuff like that as well that will fill them up throughout the weekend. Decorations for the social mixer that we'll be planning on having Friday night. Our theme for this year is Jurassic Park, so we do want to have lots of very exciting events and games related to that on that Friday night. We would like to have a DJ for traditional Ross Garba music that the teams will be using, that people will just be using to kind of get in the vibe of the entire event. And then we will also be giving out merch on a first come, first serve basis to anyone who would like to attend the event. All of these will have our logos on them, and the total comes out to around $7,000. Since this is a high performance dance competition, we will be needing a lot of water just to have on standby because it is an 8-minute dance. So just in case people get tired, obviously throughout the weekend as well, when we play the games on Friday and stuff, just having water on standby, always important.
Unfortunately, time has elapsed. Is there a motion to, Shella?
Motion to give 2 minutes to the speaker.
Motion for additional 2 minutes. Any objections? Seeing none.
Almost done, yeah. Okay, snacks as well. We'll be having these on standby backstage at the mixer room, like that. And then we've also taken some efforts to fundraise on our end. We have a lot of people who are members of our organization right now. So, we encourage them to bring in donations, bring in sponsorships. We do have a sponsorship packet with tiers, which we try to get professionals in Orlando to donate to us and sponsor us. And do you guys have any questions? That's all.
All righty. We've now entered a period of questioning. All those with questions, please raise your hand. I'm going to go Pro Tem Foster first.
Thank you for coming out to Senate tonight. You had a really great speech and a really great video. My question is, how do you plan to fund your half for the amount?
Yes. So we do have a lot of fundraising efforts so far. We have sponsorships from the Indian cultural chambers, and we do also have some from the Business Association. So we do have a couple of months until the event. So throughout these months, we do plan to, lay out like a really detailed budget and make sure that we do attain our goal. We do have some funds already, and we just hope to make those up as we go.
I'm going to go Vice Chair Uchoa, then Chair Temple.
Do you have a backup in case you cannot get those funds?
Yes. So as of right now, our potential inflow budget sheet that we have right now is very much overestimated. So in the case that we do, kind of get into a lack of funds, we would probably just, start reaching out to more people, more family and friends. Right now, we're reaching out to more professionals, just because we would like to give them all of the sponsor incentives. But we obviously know that family, friends are always a solution for the end of the day.
Chair Temple.
A question for Chair Milliting, if I may.
You may.
So I read the minutes leading back to the 11th of October. It seems there was a hefty amount of debate regarding this bill, and I heard that there were some issues regarding itemized items. So could you please clarify that for the Senate, please?
Yeah, so we first saw this request back on October 11th. We didn't have all of the itemized quotes that we needed, so we postponed it until the committee meeting on Tuesday. And then we still had some information missing, which we received right before this Senate meeting. So we went over that in caucus today.
All right. Senator Domino and then Senator Schiller.
So I hear you mention transportation and you gave the mileage and the distance of everything, but I don't see transportation as part of the bill here. So just out of curiosity, how is everyone getting over to Lyman? And if that falls through, how do you guys plan to still attend? Because Lyman's in the Longwood area, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes. Yeah. So we were looking through what SGA specifically covers, and we saw that SGA doesn't cover transportation, which is why it's not a part of the bill. But our extra fundraisers and efforts towards that is going to go towards covering renting out passenger vans to transport these teams.
Senator Schiller.
Yes, so I see a few different things that brought up a little bit of concern, but I see that this RSO was registered this year and that there are 27 active members. So are you aware of the post-funding process and the reversion process?
Yes. So I heard about the ORS verification form where we'll be showing proof of our 50% and making sure that we do make those purchases. So I am aware of that.
All righty. Are there any other questions? Pro Tem Foster?
Move to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Chair Temple.
So I will be voting in favor of this piece of legislation, not for the most part because everything appears to be in order so far, but the fact that you guys are intent on spreading South Asian culture, I absolutely adore that initiative. So I will be very excited to see you all embrace your heritage. So I would encourage my fellow senators to do to follow suit and vote in favor of this.
All right, Senator Bergman.
During committee, I had issues with the amount of plastic used by the water that they'll be providing. I also had issues with the fact that it seemed to be that they filled up their estimates with budgeted items rather than actually budgeting for the event. So I will be voting against.
Ready. Senator Palmer.
Yeah, I approved this bill in FAO, but right now, after thinking this over, right now I'll be abstaining because I'm conflicted. Just because this is an important tradition for Indian culture, and being an Indian myself, the slack in providing the codes from the RSO at the last moment, I I cannot overlook that. So currently, I'll be abstaining from voting. Thank you.
Chair Go.
May I direct a question to Senator Bierkman?
You may.
Can you restate what you said, like what exactly you found the issue to be? I wasn't understanding.
As part of the budgeting for the event, $500 was allocated for water, and initially that was stated as just a ballpark number, and I calculated out that would be about 1,400 water bottles, and I recommended the possibility that 5-gallon water bottles could be introduced, as opposed to using a pallet full of plastic. It seems that after I introduced the idea of providing water bottles, the RSO is now proposing to buy 260 tumblers as well. So I feel like there's ample room to, preserve the earth in that.
Vice Chairman Borgi.
So we've had a lot of conversations about the water in FAO, which is why it's something important brought up now. And the reason why they're using water bottles specifically is because the dancers that are going to be a part of Ross Rampage are going to be moving around consistently throughout the day, especially on the second day of Ross Rampage. They don't have time, and they don't have the ability to be carrying around 5-gallon water bottles, nor are they going to be sharing 5-gallon water bottles with one another. This is why we understand that water bottles are the more practical move for right now. Additionally, talking about how these water bottles were $500, and that was a rough estimation, we found that we were able to specify it to $485 within the policy, as you guys can see. And that's based on being 1,400 water bottles, based on the justification that it's going to be necessary for both 2-day events, for the 2 days of events that are going to be happening. So we've already justified that. So if that's any reason for you guys to not vote in favor or any reason to abstain, I would urge you to not think that way and instead vote in favor.
Okay. Moving along, Chair Salcedo.
I will be voting in favor of this. I think it's awesome that they are putting on this performance, this competition with, a culture that isn't really represented in the arts like this. And if we're going to get caught up on water bottles, we haven't ever denied an allocation or a bill because of the pollution that it might be causing. So I don't think this is a reason to deny it this time. I was a dancer for about 7 years, and they're going to need all those water bottles. So yeah, I highly encourage you to vote in favor.
ILA, Alderman Chile.
I share similar sentiments to Chair Salcedo. If we're funding this, and we also do fund conferences as well, people travel to various places, and for those things, they take flight tickets, and sure, flight tickets are polluting, I guess. So I don't think while the environmental impact should be considered by the RSO, I do not think it is the responsibility of the Senate to consider that. And I do agree that water bottles are the most convenient for the dancers who will be quick on their feet. And if you were to have 5-gallon water bottles, then you would have to have cups in addition to that for people to drink water in. And I think it's a fairly trivial issue, and I'm going to be voting in favor of the bill, and I think that everyone else should do the same. Thank you.
Alrighty, we've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any speeches in negation? Senator Chilla.
May I direct a question to Senator Parmar?
You may.
What is with the change of about $75 on the bill?
Yeah, the change was basically due to the addition for jump productions. We just calculated that the total was 3275, not 3342.70. I think I feel that that was due to some tax issues and wasn't made, so I just made that correction.
Okay. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Senator Chilla.
Motion move to vote.
I'm going to not see that. Senator Parmar.
I want to motion to wait for the total to add up in the bill.
Brody.
I think the Senate could entertain a motion to change that line item and the ensuing totals based on that change. And I think we don't have to necessarily have the numbers in there to like vote on that amendment if you want to.
Okay. Chair Millington, are you calculating stuff or something?
The final number, but if I'm picking up what Brody said correctly, we could make the motion to see this amendment, and then whatever the numbers would reflect to be updated, those would also update, like a technical type of thing. Okay, then yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go Pro Tem Foster.
Move to see Senator Parmar's amendment.
The motion to see Senator Parmar's amendment. Any objections? Chair Temple, do you withdraw? Chair Temple.
I'm currently calculating the changes at the moment. It should, I'll be a minute, please.
In the meantime, while this is being calculated, is there any other debate? Senator Barrickman.
I'd just like to say that this, the fact that we're still seeing numbers being added up is definitely what has been going on for the duration of this bill. We received quotes literally at the last minute, and that is one of the reasons why I don't think that this should be seen right now.
Teacher Patel.
So when you're making an event for FAO close to our balance of change, I think the RSO is just being responsible because events not happening till January. So for them to like register this early and everything, it's gonna change. I feel like it's not like we're rushing at last minute. I feel like it shouldn't that be too big of a liability. And I also want to add on, I like highly agree with Senator Namargin when he said, if you've been to one of these events, like you would know like the logistics, it's just better to have water bottles there, and like you're sweating like a marathon. So like in terms of efficiency and like having water gallons, water bottles are probably the best way to go. And it's a necessity because it's like a health hazard to not have water there. If we're gonna like, it would be very like, in my opinion, wrong to deny a bill because of like environmental factors when we spend probably hundreds of thousands of dollars a year funding RSOs and we never really considered environmental factors like fuel and plastic like before. So I would urge you all to support this bill and vote in favor of it.
Chair Temple.
Move to see all amendments on the bill as a block.
Is there a motion to see all the amendments on the page as a block? Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion? Chair Temple.
May I speak on the amendments?
You can motion for speech, questioning, debate. Yeah, Chair Temple.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, Chair Temple.
I'll make this very brief. Apologies for the delay in calculations. This is why I don't like math. So this is to account for Senator Parmar's amendment to the jump productions with, I believe, discarding the tax. So all the numbers here should be accurate. I double checked it with FAO Chair Millington to affirm. If there are any questions, I will take them now.
Now in line for questions. Any senators wishing to question? Seeing none, I will take a motion. Vice Chair Castillo.
Move to vote.
I will not see that motion. Senator Parmar.
The bill needs one more amendment.
I will. Did you say vote? Did you say vote?
The bill needs one more amendment.
The page needs another amendment. We have to see it after, unless the sponsor wants us to see it as friendly. Chair Temple.
I'll see it as friendly amendment.
Okay. Still in questioning. Vice Chair Becerra.
Move to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate. Vice Chair Harrell.
May I retain?
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, they were just calculating the numbers. I don't see any reason to not approve these amendments. So yeah.
Deeser Patel.
We're just adjusting it for tax because we're in Florida, so we should prove it.
Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Senator Shillo.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, I see no reason why we should not approve these amendments since it was just recalculated. Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there.
Just to be clear before I start the voting, Ethan, are you accepting all of the changes that Senator Parmar is currently still making as friendly amendments?
Chair Temple.
My apologies. I'm trying so very lost right now on what the total Ross contribution is, Senator Parmar.
Is there a motion for a 2-minute recess? All right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm really sorry. I thought you were like, when they asked me, like, are they here? I thought they're talking about my other RSO.
No,
because I have two
no.
people here today.
You are totally
So
good.
I got you confused with PDSA.
No.
So, like, I'm really sorry. Like, I didn't know they were asking about
No,
you. I got, like, because there's so many numbers.
Yeah.
So I thought you were, are you 54? Like, I
We're-
see.
yeah,
I
we're-
thought they said 5420.
Oh.
So, like, I was lost. Like,
Yeah,
I
because
was
even
caught off
last
guard.
time they didn't say 19, so I was like a little confused.
No,
and
I
was
like, did they not say 20? Like,
I think they did.
that's why it's like, because I remember you telling me you're 19. So, like, I
Yeah.
just thought, like, no, that's not her. Like, she's not here.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, there's so many numbers. I was all over.
No,
it. I was
I know.
off guard. I'm really sorry about that.
No,
I was
it's
really
totally
lost.
okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And you should be fine. Like,
Okay.
once this approves,
Okay.
this is on second reading. You won't have to come back again. Like, I'll just like take care of it next time it comes up.
Oh,
so
okay.
it'll be fine. Like,
Okay.
People, after the debate's over, like,
Okay.
I'm 80% sure.
Gotcha. Okay.
And if it doesn't, I can still get it turned around and like get it approved like next week, so or the week after that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
All right.
Should I sit back down or should I stay up here?
You can sit down like there for now. So like when they go back, like when we resume, just
Yeah.
stand up here.
Okay. I'll just wait, I guess.
So sorry you're going through this right now.
No, it's okay.
Y'all requested funding last year.
Yes,
I
we
was
did.
here.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the whole water bottle situation.
No.
Y'all can just recycle. It's not even that serious.
We will. We definitely will.
It's not that serious. I saw y'all's thing last year. That one went smoother than this.
Yeah.
We just have. I would say there's only. I'm the only senator that's here that was here when
Last
we got.
time? Oh my god. I didn't know it like circulates so much.
Oh yeah, all the time. People are signed all the time. All the time. And then we, more people come
Yeah.
in, leave, and so we have re-elections in the spring and stuff like that. So it's new faces all the time.
Yeah.
I won't be here next year. I'll be a whole new
Aw.
setting next year when y'all request funding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank
Just
you.
tell them you're
Thank
gonna
you.
recycle.
I will.
Honestly, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I promise. Thank you.
Alrighty, reconvene at 8:59 p.m. Chair Temple, are all the amendments on the page correct?
Yes, sir. All amendments on the bill are correct.
Alrighty. Just for the sake of it, we're in debate. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on all the amendments.
Motion to vote on all the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, or do you withdraw? Pro Tem Foster?
No, I just thought you should just explain the amendment so everyone just knows what's going on for clarification.
Chair Temple.
I would have yielded to Senator Palmer, but he is currently not in the chamber at this point. But so initially we did try. So initially we were intent on fixing the jump productions to account for tax, but then Senator Palmer had found that there was another tax applied to the food line item, so they had to deduct $30 from that end in order to, and that readjusted everything. So now the numbers should stand correct at this time.
Alrighty. Chair Temple, motion.
Move to vote on all amendments for Fiscal Bill 5419.
Motion to vote on the block of amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, the vote count of 29 to 2. The block of amendments passed favorably. We are still in debate. Senator Shala.
May I abstain? May I retain?
You may.
So I will be abstaining from this mainly because I know it's going to a very good cause, and I would absolutely love to see this type of competition. But I agree with some of the sentiments shared that the last minute quotes. Personally, I would not overlook that, so I will not be voting. I am moved to vote.
It's been a motion to vote on the block amendments on the bill. Any objections? Do withdrawal. Vice Chair Nimorji.
Okay. So about the last minute quotes, right? We've been dealing with having different types of quotes within FAO and having them within the FAO committee meetings. So now we have finally finalized the quotes and have it properly what they need, what items they need, their merchandise, decorations, food, drinks. We have itemized lists. We have the proper quotes. We have it without the taxes. So although those sentiments are valid within the past, even within the committee meetings, they just aren't as valid anymore. We have that figured out. We have the funding process set in place. So now this RSO is aware of how the funding process works. They're aware of their itemized list. So with that, I would honestly say you guys should move in favor to vote.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. We are now in voting procedure. Alrighty, the vote count of 23 to 2 to 6. Fiscal Bill 5419 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, Fiscal Bill 5421, funding for 16 members of the trial team to travel to the 3rd annual Aggie Invitational in Fort Worth, Texas from January 12th to January 15th. ILA Yellow and Chili, 5 minutes when you're ready.
I yield to the RSO.
Is the RSO present?
Yes, I believe so.
And Kara, there should be a remote on the podium. Perfect.
Am I free to proceed?
Yep.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak before the chamber. My name is Kara Burns. I'm the president of the Trail Team RSO here on campus. So just a little bit about my organization. We have been funded since 2004, and we give the opportunity for students to travel nationally and compete in front of judges, as well as nationally renowned professors and law students. And this gives the opportunity for students to hone in their skills as future advocates and litigators. And this bill, which is 5421, is for our competition that will be held from January 12th to January 15th. Now, this competition is the Aggie Invitational, which will be held in the Fort Worth School of Law. This competition is highly selective. Only 20 schools out of 400 different competitions will be invited. And actually, I hear that there's going to be a $10,000 scholarship to whoever ranks best. So we're looking forward to that. This invitational will be in the actual law school and be held inside the courtrooms in front of judges and even the dean of the Fort Worth School of Law. So here's the important thing is the money. So for this bill, there are 3 different components. There's registration. Now, there is 2 teams of 8 members each, so a total of 16 competitors. And for registration, it is $175 each, which brings you a total of $350. For flights, it is $325 for round trip per competitor, and per the 16, it is $5,200. And then a hotel is $147 per night with 3 nights and 8 rooms gives a total of $3,755.28. Now, the totals that would come up with these 3 different components is a total of $9,305.28, and the total Senate contribution would be $4,652.64. And for the trial team contribution, which is the important part, we have 2 different ways that we're going to fund for this competition. We've sent over 50 letters to different law firms in the Orlando area, all of which who have UCF alums. And what we do with that is we provide cleaning, law clerk duties in exchange for a small donation. The second component is that we're going to be holding a winter symposium. Now, I don't know if you guys watched Law and Order, even that new one, what's called Partner Track, pretty cringy, but you see that they're in the courtroom all the time, but that's not reality for real life judges and, no, not judges, attorneys. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna host a symposium for local attorneys in the area to come and learn how to present themselves in a courtroom setting. And that's how we're gonna get to that contribution. And just to kind of recap on some things and kind of establish, we are financially trained. We know about the process of, reverting funds and all of that. We have received $0 this fiscal year yet. And we do, since there are 16 members traveling this competition, we are ready to have backup members fill in if anyone were to be sick or someone unable to go. We are all domestic students. And then finally, this is kind of a tight scheduling. I'm aware of Senate's robust system, but we would like to have this by January 6th if possible. And that's it. And then does anyone have any questions?
All right. We've now entered a period of questioning. All those with questions, please raise your hand. ILA Almanchili.
So, you guys have 24 active dues paying members, and 16 of you are going to the 3rd annual AGI Invitational. How were the 16 members selected?
So it's going to be our A team and our B team, right? So those are 2 teams of 8. And then if anyone cannot go, a member from our C team will join.
ILA Almanchili.
Follow up. I was more so wondering how was it chosen who was going to be on those teams? Did you guys have like tryouts or something?
Yes, we do have tryouts, and this happens twice a year, and it's fall and in spring. What we do is we analyze how a student possess themselves in court, and then we assign them through 3 different teams since we have 24 members.
All right. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Ayala Yalmachili.
I will be voting in favor of this bill. I think as a member of the UNA, United Nations Association, I'm big into Model UN, so I can also relate to people who do mock trial, even though that is not what I do. But it is a very fun activity. I mean, I experienced in a very, very primitive form in the 7th grade when my civics teacher did that. And I think that the members of mock trial team who go, they're representing our university. I hope they will bring back awards and improve our standing. And this is a very prestigious competition, and they deserve to go. And the numbers they have listed for registration, lodging, and travel are not unreasonable. And there's no reason why this bill should be voted down. So I'll be voting in favor. And I also highly encourage my fellow senators to vote in favor as well. Thank you.
Ready. Chair Temple.
May I retain, Mr. Speaker?
Sure.
All right, so I will also be voting in favor of this bill, not the least bit because I share a similar experience with Ayala Yalmachili. I used to be a part of my high school's Model UN team, and let me just say I absolutely love to debate, even if I myself am not quite as skilled as that of a litigator, let alone one as talented as the individual presenting tonight. However, that being said, I am extremely excited to see you guys go up to, Fort Worth, Texas. Oof, good luck. And I would really hope to see you all destroy schools with your litigation skills. With that, move to vote on Fiscal Bill 5421.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 30 to 0 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5421 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, Fiscal Bill 5422, funding for 44 members of the Student Physical Therapy Association travel to the American Physical Therapy Association combined sections meeting in San Diego from February 22nd to February 26th. Senator Heitzko is the RSO here.
Yes, I yield my time to the.
All right, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
My name is Riley, and I'm from the Student Physical Therapy Association. I'm going to be presenting on their behalf today, and I'm vice president of the organization. So just an overview of kind of what we're going through, but I'll go through that. So the Student Physical Therapy Association is a group of doctoral students getting our doctorate in physical therapy at UCF. We have 3 different cohorts of around 38 people that progress through the program in 3 years. A little bit about our mission and goals. Our mission is to promote awareness of the physical therapy program on campus and in the community. And our goal is to maintain a relationship with the APTA, or American Physical Therapy Association, and local healthcare facilities. All of our members are student members of the American Physical Therapy Association and the Florida Physical Therapy Association. Just as a background, a couple things that we're involved in around campus and also in the Orlando area, we're very involved. We host like an annual activity day for neurotypical and non-neurotypical students to come, students and children and families in the area. Go Baby Go, which is an adaptive mobile, there's the cars there, we build for adaptive equipment for kids. Nights on the Go Cafe, which is this top one, and then a few other things listed there. So what we're asking for funding for is the American Physical Therapy Combined Sections meeting, which is a yearly meeting hosted by the American Physical Therapy Association. And it's for members across the nation as well as some international attendees as well. This year it's in San Diego, California, and those are the dates from February 23rd to February 25th of 2023. We'll be leaving on the 22nd and returning on the 26th. There's 44 students that are going to attend from the second and third year cohorts, class of 2022 and 2024. A background on what CSM is, there's a lot of benefits from attending. It's a 3-day event of hundreds of guest speakers from all sections of the Physical Therapy Association. We have our own presenters as well. 3 of our members have already been accepted to present, and there are 4 still waiting to hear. But last year we had 4%. There's posters and platform presentations from physical therapists, researchers, physical therapist assistants, lots of people that we get to hear from over those 3 days that are there, as well as networking. A lot of our members network with future residency programs, future research partners, and future employers, so we get a lot from attending this conference yearly. This is the largest conference that the American Physical Therapy brings together every year. There's over 15,000 attendees. The SPTA has attended this conference for 4 years in a row and gotten funding from UCF for it. Before this, it was just a different conference, but we were still attending. We fundraise for this, collecting semesterly dues since the start of the program, and we also do some fundraising on our own as well. A cost breakdown, there's 44 students. Registration is $290, but goes up to $230 after November 9th. 11 rooms with 4 people in each room. I know that price is a little bit high, but I called 43 different hotels and booking organizations. That's the cheapest I can get, with 4 people in each room though, and it includes breakfast and it's walking distance from the hotel or from the conference center. 44 students on this flight with 1 free ticket as a conductor ticket. Those are the total prices, and we would be asking for half of that. And let me see, oops, sorry. This is the flight verification. We went with Southwest because it includes bags since we're going for a longer period of time, and it was also the best rate that I could get. Hotel verification is here. Again, we went with there because it was the cheapest that I could find after calling all of those. And these are the registration, proof of registration. We're student members, and that's it. Any questions?
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Senator Berkman.
Can I ask 2 questions to the RSO and 1 to Brody?
You may, but just go through to the RSO first. Yeah.
It looks like the quote says $264 per night per room, and the bill says $297.
I included the tax that was listed on there. It was 12%, 12.69%.
Oh, okay. So that's just forward. Okay. And then on the flights, it looks like there's a deposit that you had to pay already, and then there's additionally the $19,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then to Brody, is it okay that we give build the deposit into the bill then, so that the RSO gets credit for the money that they've already spent on travel?
Yes, you should do that.
All right. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, I will take a motion. Senator Shella.
Motion to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. I'm going to go first, Chair Gill.
I actually had a question. May I direct that to CRT? Is that who saw this?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So to anyone on CRT, did you guys actually no? I take that back. May I direct a question to the RSO?
You may.
Okay, thank you. So the cost for the flights, are those finalized? Like, is the price going to be fluctuating, or is that a finalized price for the tickets?
We made that deposit so that it wouldn't fluctuate, so we would have like the total price. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I have no questions for CRT.
I'm going to go first, Vice Chair Harrell, then Senator Berkman.
Yeah, so we saw them in committee and they literally checked every box imaginable. I will be voting highly in favor of this, and I encourage all of you guys to do so as well. I will say though, we didn't include the price. I don't know if we just didn't know if we could. So thank you, Brody, for clarifying that into like the deposit and stuff. But yeah, we did actually talk to the RSO about increasing the price, and they had told us that the price was finalized, and to increase it would kind of get them with the reversion rate, and we didn't want to do that. So yeah, I will be voting highly in favor, and I encourage all of you to do so as well.
Senator Berkman.
I'm going to motion to amend this for the travel cost to be $21,404.50.
Brody. Okay, he's making it. Alrighty.
Can you confirm that's the correct number that you said?
Yes, and I will type that in next time. My apologies.
Alrighty. There's been a motion to see Senator Berkman's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Senator Shillo?
1 minute speech, 3 minute question, 3 minute debate.
So motion for 1 minute speeches, 3 minute question, 3 minute debate. Any objections? Ayala Choi, do you withdraw? Ayala, why are you, what? There's been a motion for 1 minute speeches, 3 minute question, 3 minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Berkman, whenever you're ready.
This proposed amendment simply allows the RSO credit for the money that they've already spent, which would contribute towards their 50%, and then they would have to raise or spend less money because of that. So I yield my time.
We're now in line for questioning. I'm going to go Senator Almanar first.
Question for anyone who can answer, but we're not allowed to fund money that's already been spent, correct?
Brody.
That'll just come out of their half.
Okay, we're still in questioning. Ayala Choi.
Yeah, so I had the same question as Vice Chair Almanar, and when Brody said that would just come out of their half, what does that mean? Does that mean that like the RSO pays slightly less?
No, I'm saying that they're going to pay for half of these costs. So we'll just make sure this part, the money that they have already spent will come out of the half that they are paying for, because we can't reimburse them, right? That's what JC's getting to. So like they will have just paid that part.
And that is allowed according to the statutes? Got it.
Pro-Tem Foster. Okay. Vice Chair Sarah.
Yeah, sorry about that earlier. I just wanted to like check in with the RSO. Like, you're cool with us making the edits, right? We typically ask people before we like start amending the bills and raising or lowering prices that y'all are aware of that.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hurrell.
More of like a procedural on the amendment question, if that's okay. On the bill side, if that's okay. For anyone who can answer, would we have to change price per member for the travel cost as well to like reflect that, or does that really not matter? If anyone can answer that.
Brody. Alrighty. Are there any other questions? Chair Temple?
Point of clarification, there are more amendments on the block as well. May I direct a question to the introducer?
You may.
Are you open to these amendments as friendly? Senator Baker?
Can I ask for clarity?
You may.
So I and I believe Brody were the individuals who added more amendments to it. We were wondering if you would accept these as friendly. Otherwise, we would have to vote on these as a whole new block.
Friendly means that they're in support of my proposed amendment? Yes.
Alrighty. Any other questions? Chair Gill.
Move to debate on the amendments.
So motion debate on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendments. Any senators wishing to debate? Senator Trainer.
May I retain?
You may.
Looks great. Let's move to vote.
Alrighty, there's a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 29 to 0. The block of amendments pass. We are still in debate on Fiscal Bill 5422. Senator Shala.
May I retain?
You may.
Yes. So we saw these individuals in CRT, and like Senator Harrell mentioned, they had everything in order. They checked off every box. They had an amazing presentation. Every question they were able to answer, they had all their documentation in order, and they provided us a lot more than we needed. So I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage everyone else to move to vote.
Motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5422. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. With vote count of 29 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5422 passes favorably on second reading. Chair Temple.
Question for you, Mr. Speaker. So for clarification, which fiscal bills needed to be reseen on third reading tonight?
Direct that to Brody.
Okay, so as best as I understand, unless any of the organizations have specified an earlier date they need the funding by, I don't know that any of them need to be seen again. I'm speculating that Ryan, knowing that we weren't going to have Senate next week, thought we should see them both this week because that would be the standard timeline. So to just account for that, the previous group trial team mentioned January 6th. If we pass this in 2 weeks on third reading, that gives 7 business weeks. So that should still be fine. They should be fine to get their funding by the date they've requested. And the other ones are later out. So unless they have an earlier date that they've communicated, I think we're okay to not see any of them on third reading if necessary. So yeah, unless there is other information, I believe we are okay. And I think that's why Ryan was assuming we would need to see them twice.
Alrighty. Moving along, resolutions, none. Special acts, none. Internal committee caucus time, none. Internal committee reports, E&A committee, Chair Gill.
Oh, hi everyone. E&A did not meet this week. We have started working on putting information together from Title VI that relates to our body for the Senate retreat, which I'm super excited about. Next week, E&A will be discussing tabling for November, as well as starting to see confirmations. Hopefully, we'll be seeing some new faces around the office. So just as a reminder, if you see someone in the office you don't know, there's a bunch of SGLCers out here, which is awesome. New senators coming in, you don't recognize the face, just say hello. I know most of us do it, but it's not awkward. You guys are going to be working together, so just do that. So I'm super excited for that. We'll also be seeing the confirmation for Associate Justice C7, Scarlett Robbins, and E&A confirmed her on 10/12 with a vote count of 5 to 0 to 1. I've also linked her name's highlighted. That's her criteria. The date 10/12 is the E&A minutes in which we saw in committee, and then Associate Justice questions are questions you can ask if you're unsure about what to ask a justice for confirmation.
Lastly, make sure everyone gets some rest for homecoming week and Halloween. It's literally in a week, which I'm really excited about. And I hope to see you all out there since we will not be having Senate. I hope to see you at the concert. And as always, if you have any questions, concerns, comments, feel free to reach out to me. I'm always open to that. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Gill? Seeing none. GAP committee report, Chair Temple.
Hello there, Senate. So happy spooky season once more. This week, I met with Amanda Dever with volunteerism and community engagement to establish a working relationship, finally, with her office in order to develop a strategy for civic and voter engagement ahead of the midterms alongside GAC McLean and an associate with the Campus Voter Project, a third party that is dedicated to just that, getting students to vote ahead for midterms and general elections. In committee, we continued our subcommittee work with priority being on the voter's guide, which is in the final stages of completion, and we only needed to look once more for quality assurance. And I also wanted to point out thank you to the massive cohort of SGLCers for visiting and actually helping out in the committee. I did not expect as many of you to actually attend, but hey, I'm very happy I get to see SGLCers be so involved in Senate so early. And also, there are 18 days left until the election. Please keep an eye on that moving forward. The reports from the subcommittees are as follows. The priorities continue fleshing out preliminary research in preparation for the imminent initial filing of legislation from the state legislature, and the voter's guide has been compiled and is on the verge of being completed with minor edits here and there. The reports were approved by general consent by the committee. If you have any questions for me, please reach out to me.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none. LJR committee report, Chair Urea.
All right, so not a lot for me. We had no absence requests this week, so we worked on our fall retreat statutes crash course, and we passed a resolution as well as an internal bill favorably, and yeah.
All right, any questions for Chair Urea? Seeing none. SBA committee report, Chair Anderson.
Aiden is still typing. It's totally fine. So basically, everything's been posted for the SBA concern forum. We went ahead and put it all over campus. We are starting to get forum responses back. It's going to be updated on Night Connect as well. There's honestly a lot to update. However, if you want to speak about it, then I can update it separately rather than on here. Thank you.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Anderson? Seeing none, confirmations. Chair Gill.
Move to see the confirmation of Scarlett Robbins for Associate Justice Seats 7.
Alrighty, there's been a motion to see the confirmation of Scarlett Robbins for Judicial Seat 7. Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Pro Tem Foster.
Move for 7-minute speeches, 15-minute question, and 50-minute debate.
So a motion for 7-minute speeches, 15-minute questions, 15-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll call you, say, Senator Robbins. You have 7 minutes when you're ready.
Are we on? Okay, cool. So hi everybody, my name is Scarlett Robbins and I was previously the senator for the College of Community and Innovation Education, seat 3. My resume speaks for itself, but something that you won't see on there is that I am from a crazy, chaotic family, originally from Ohio, moved down to Tampa, and now we're central in Tampa. Go 813 if anyone in here is from there. We call ourselves the Robbins Nest because our last name is Robbins, hence the pun. And that's where my fantastic humor comes from. Beyond that, here at UCF, I'm really involved, but some like hobby involvement. I'm currently on the Taekwondo UCF team. So if you know who Batman is, you know, he has a sidekick, Robin, my last name Robbins, like that's pretty much what I do as a vigilante at night. But aside from those things, I love to bake, I love to paint, I love to make people laugh. And I'm very passionate about the judicial branch. This has not been a recent thing. This has been something I've been excited about for a long time. And it directly ties into my career path, which eventually will be in detective work. So I'm super excited to speak with you all tonight. I hope for your confirmation and your vote yes. Please ask any and all questions. I yield my time.
Alrighty, we are now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Becerra.
Hey, Scarlett. One quick question here.
What are some of the boards that justices usually sit on for the judicial branch? Can you name two?
I can name all of them if you want. I can name sit on the boards of grade appeals, fee appeals, impeachment hearings, election violations, parking appeals, and one other I can't remember. But yeah, there you go.
All right. Chair Tumble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, former Vice Chair Robbins. So I'm looking at your platform right now, and I am kind of honing in on honesty and an upfront problem-solving attitude. Could you please explain what you intend to do with that particular pillar of your platform?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously to continue to uphold it, something that got asked in ENA by Senator Domino, which I loved his question. He asked about whether or not I would be worried about my own unbiasedness and how I would uphold others as well. And I think along with having an unbiased opinion, you also have to have an honest one. I would like to say that I'm very upfront with people, but for those of you I haven't had the pleasure of interacting with, I am upfront. And so when it comes to being unbiased and also encouraging others to be honest and unbiased, I think it's less about me trying to make them be that way and more about myself just upholding my own pillar, which is why I put it in there. Also, I come from a family that's super, super upfront with everything. We talk about our feelings, we talk about emotions, we talk about what needs to happen next. I'm like that with my friends as well. I have some witnesses in the back. And so, yeah, that's how I would answer that.
Senator Schiller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on your third goal, you say looking for ways to accommodate the disabled population in UCF when it comes to public knowledge of statutes. So when it comes to working with someone like Senator Jason Taché or the rest of the Disability Caucus, how do you commit yourself in the judicial branch to advocate for the student body and the disabled population here within the student body?
Great question. Thank you for that. So we talked a little bit about this earlier in ENA. Well, not earlier, last week. But nonetheless, Jason Taché and I, as well as Vice Chair Borges of that Disability Caucus. So we have had communication about this already. I'm not going to say it's extensive communication, but I have reached out to both of them about a week and a half ago regarding that initiative specifically, because I know that's a big thing to put on somebody's goal sheet. But what it really means and my idea behind it in a specific sense is that I want to find a way to get audio to our UCF Student Gov Constitution so that people obviously who are not able to see it and read it in that format would be able to hear it instead. And of course, we would come to Senate for ideas as to whose voice we should use. But yeah, that's a specific thing.
Charles.
Hi, Scarlett. Loving the outfit. It looks great.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here. I loved your initiative about adding audio to the Constitution. Could you tell us a little bit more about have you brainstormed any ways that you wanted to spread an understanding of the Constitution to UCF students?
Yeah, so I think spreading an understanding first starts with people knowing that we have one. Before I joined Student Gov like last year, or even just SGLC, I didn't even know that like a constitution for a school was really a thing. And so I think it's really cool that we have one. Number one, we always have something concrete to go back to. So I don't think it's really smart for the judicial branch to go advertising to everybody, we have a constitution, because that's like not super beneficial. But just further marketing it to people who come to us for appeals, for grade appeals, parking, fee, things like that. Making sure we hit home to them that we do have one instead of trying to tell the whole population of UCF that we have one. A lot of people just won't care unless they need our services. So just keeping a realistic view on that when it comes to marketing.
All righty. ILA Alamanchelli.
Two questions, if I may.
You may.
So, hello, former Vice Chair Robbins. Are you aware of the various committees that compose the judicial branch?
Yes, I am. There are 4 committees. There's the internal rules. That's what you're referring to. The Internal Rules Committee, the Judicial Experience Committee. The other 2 I'm currently blanking on right now, but I do know that there's 4, and those are 2 of them.
And my second question is, where can a concerned member of the student body access judicial opinions and records?
So they can either come to us. There's also records within our drive, and then they can look at Title V, which is the judicial title.
Ready? Still in line for questions, Senator Caldwell.
Hello. I think one of the most important things that average students will engage with in the judicial process is appeals, whether they be on parking or something else. Given that you will be ruling on such matters, how lenient do you think you will be in working with students in their application?
See what they're doing, or not the committee, the branch, and go from there. Honestly, I don't think it's smart for me to kind of go in and be like, this is how lenient I'm going to be. That's a little domineering. As a new member, I definitely want to get the ideas and the culture of the branch itself before I kind of determine where I'll stand on a regular basis.
Chair Tumble.
Apologies, I just thought of this question. So, Vice Chair Robbins, you were once Vice Chair, of course, for the Operations Review and Sanctions Committee over the summer and in the fall up till now. How do you intend on using the skills you learned from ORS in adjudicating these cases moving forward?
Yes, thank you for asking. Former Chair Temple of the ORS committee. So I loved being in ORS. Something it taught me, other than a lot of financial information, was how to be completely unbiased, just on the terms of I have had at least 10 or 11 different RSOs come into that committee, hopefully like not wanting to be sanctioned, and then ended up having to sanction them. And of course they're my friends, and afterwards I'm like, sorry about that. But I think that's the biggest thing it taught me, is to just still be able to have those professional relationships with people and need to put the sanction on the RSO because things weren't carried out correctly, but also just still be Scarlett, still be a person, still have that friendship outside of student government agency with that, and be able to uphold what I know I need to uphold.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions? Vice Chair Becerra?
Move to debate.
Is there a motion to go to debate? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. I'm going to go Deeser Patel first.
Okay, so we all know Scarlett from the legislative branch, and I can just go on how she has previous experience in SGLC and as a senator. But on top of that, she also has like the moral and ethical backgrounds and leadership skills that the judicial branch would highly be in favor of. So I would say that we should vote for her and push her on, because this not only impacts her career, but if there's anyone from the legislative branch that you would pull a senator, it would probably be Scarlett Robbins. And truly, I think her going over to the judicial branch, we are losing out. But it's a good thing because this is good for her and the judicial branch. So I encourage you all to vote in favor of her.
Ready, Pro Tem Foster.
Okay. I want to start by saying I love Scarlett Robbins. She is a definition of an SGLCer who came right into student government and did exactly what they said they were going to do. And even though, times get hard, things get really tense in here, to be able to remain impartial, keep a cool level head is something that I think the judicial branch is really going to be able to use. I think she's going to benefit them a lot. Kind of like Deeser Patel said, I think we're going to be losing a really, really, really good person. We're not going to be losing her as a friend, but a really good member of the legislative branch. I think the good that she can do based off who she is and her personality for the judicial branch, I'm willing to give them Scarlett because she is going to do a really good job over there.
Chair Holmes.
I'm going to be voting in favor of Scarlett. One, because she's a lead scholar and lead scholars are the best. Sorry. But yeah, she exhibits amazing leadership skills, especially in class. She's very vocal. She's very analytical, and she's able to apply what she learned here. Like, I see it. And it's very sad seeing, senators go to executive or judicial, but it's not really a loss. It's them finding what they really love and being able to, spread their wings. And we saw that with Coordinator Collins. She's amazing. She does amazing things in executive. And I know Robbins is going to do amazing things in judicial, and I can't wait to see it. So I'll be voting in favor of Ms. Robbins, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Chair Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I really, 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 really wanted to keep Scarlett in Senate. I'm going to make those emotions very clear right now. But I know that Scarlett had wanted to be a part of judicial since I've known her in SGLC, yet working with her as chair of ORS and her as vice chair of that committee, I've seen her grow into the position. I've seen her flourish in that position, and I've grown so, so close to her that I'm now very reluctant to see her go, but I know it's for the best for her. Like as Chair Holmes had said, she's very analytical. She's very non-partial. She's very deep into the weeds and into the facts. There is absolutely nobody better I can think of that we would be sending over to judicial, and there's nobody better to be a part of that council. So should you be confirmed tonight, former Vice Chair Robbins, from behalf of us all in Senate, thank you for serving alongside us, and may you find luck in that council.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go Senator Domino and then Vice Chair Ochoa.
I would be speaking highly in favor of former Senator Robbins, not just because she is a CCIE major, which is the coolest college here. So she is very helpful. She has a different way of thinking about things and approaching situations. I had the pleasure of working with her on scholarship committee. She's very involved. She's willing to help and assist. So I know that she would be a phenomenal asset to the judicial branch. And to what Senator Chair Holmes had mentioned, it's important to encourage growth and development within student government, and ensuring that everyone not only has a place but finds their passion and what they can continue to excel in. So, yeah.
Vice Chair Ochoa.
Yeah, I'll be speaking highly in favor as well of Scarlett, not only because of her work ethics, but also because of her passion and because of her fiscal experience. I feel like her fiscal experience would benefit the judicial branch in a great way. And yeah, I can't wait to have her there.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go Ile Alamanchili and then Chair Gill, you can retain.
I'm going to speak highly in favor of my dear friend Scarlett. I knew her from SGLC, and she is someone of the highest moral and ethical principles, and she's made that clear. I think she is kind, but she also knows that she must do what must be done. So she's fair but firm, and she's also very upfront about things and honest, and provides people constructive advice when she has criticisms. And I did ask her for such advice one night in a phone call, and she did provide that advice, and she did so very well. And I appreciate that, because there's not many people who might disagree with you on something, but at the same time are willing to engage with you on a very compassionate and kind way that is constructive, so that everybody involved can improve. And I think she would do great on the judicial branch. And it's quite saddening to see her go from Senate, because she did a great job as the ORS vice chair. And but regardless, I think judicial is better off having her than us, and I'm going to be voting in favor. And I encourage all my fellow senators to vote in favor as well. Thank you.
Senator Spalding.
Present and voting.
So noted at 9:47 p.m. Chair Gill.
Yeah, so everyone just said amazing things about Scarlett, so I feel like I don't need to say too much. But I remember when I met Scarlett, and Scarlett, I was her mentor, and she had told me that she did not want to be in Senate, that she wanted to go to the judicial branch, and somehow I convinced her to join Senate, and you all got to see how amazing and lovely she is. But I think we can all attest to her hardworking skills. I think we can all attest to her grace in the way she carries herself and the way she sees things. I think people on judicial really need to be grounded. And I can say that Scarlett is one of the most grounded people I have met, and very level-headed. And I think that she was amazing in Senate, but I think she's meant to be in judicial. And based off of how she answered the question, she was very aware of judicial. The way she presented herself in ENA, she carries herself with a lot of respect, but with a lot of grace and knowledge to know that she's going to walk into this position, maybe not knowing everything, but she has the qualities to work hard. And I really encourage you all to vote in favor of her. So with that, move to vote on the confirmation of Scarlett Robbins for judicial seat number 7.
There's a motion to vote on Scarlett Robbins for judicial seat 7. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. . Alrighty, with a vote count of 32 to 0, Scarlett Robbins is confirmed to judicial seat 7. Alrighty, and on behalf of Senate, you will be greatly missed. Moving along, notice legislation on first reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, Internal Bill 5428, updates Title III, Senate committee membership, remanded to LJR. Resolutions, Resolution 5415, updates Senate Rule 2, standing ad hoc committees and caucuses, remanded to LJR. Resolution 5416, resolution to improve pedestrian safety near UCF campus is remanded to SBA. And Resolution 5417, resolution in support of college affordability and tuition-free public university for all is remanded to GAP. Proclamations, none. Special acts, none. Notice legislation on third reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Senator Shillup?
May I actually make a different motion?
You may.
May I motion for a 1-minute recess?
There's been a motion for a 1-minute recess. Are there any objections? 1-minute recess. Alrighty, I reconvene this meeting at 9:53 p.m. We're at Internal Bill 5417. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple?
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Internal Bill 5417 updates Title VI, the election statutes. Chair Borges. Chair Borges has asked Chair Temple to speak on his behalf. Chair Temple, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try not to take up too much of those 5 minutes, but needless to say, for a brief recap, this bill will really only update everything that has been pointed out by the Attorney General and the ENA Committee and the Election Commission, because last year's they were working on very, very, very outdated information, which caused quite a stir. I did want to say something directly from Chair Borges himself. He says that he hopes that after this bill is passed, it will help EC a lot. And he will be glad that once this bill is passed, it would do great work. I yield back for questions.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. I'm going to take at least one question before we move to debate. Senator Almanar?
Has anything changed from second reading to third reading?
As far as I'm looking at this, no amendments have been made.
All right. Chair Gill?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw, Chair Gill?
I do.
Ayala Yalamanchili?
I have a question. So, I know this bill was voted upon in the previous Senate meeting, and my memory is not that great when it comes to recollecting what was in it. And is it that the period for campaigning for Senate is 4 weeks, as I believe is stipulated by the bill?
If I'm not mistaken, that was a different piece of legislation that was introduced by Chair Wanjin. This is a bill that updates all the requirements that the EC has to follow through on. May I yield to ENA Chair Gill?
You may.
I yield to ENA Chair Gill.
Yeah, so from my understanding, that was 5419, which we passed on third reading. Last time we had Senate, this bill is just updates to Title VI as a whole, talking about removing like just certain words as well as extending like all campus media. It's just updates to the titles. It's not the declaration of candidacy that was already passed by our body. So if you would like more clarity about what this bill, like the specific changes, I can go into everything, but I don't think it's necessary to.
Thank you. My apologies.
Alrighty. This is also a reminder. I know Speaker Caucus did this a lot, but there are 17 people on the dock and there are more than 17 people here. So to avoid any issues in the future, please actually look at the dock and the bill that we're reading. Senator Barrickman?
May I ask a question? Are we still in questioning? Sorry. About the bill.
Go for it.
What is the difference between a legal and an official name, and how is that relevant?
Could you point out specifically where this clause is?
Yes, it's in 604.1.
604.1.
Brody?
So many students change their names to the university, but don't necessarily go through the process of legally changing that name. This allows us to use the name that is most correct and the one that they have registered with the university, therefore official, but not necessarily their legal name, which for many students is a dead name or something that they do not want publicly used.
Thank you for that clarity.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions about this bill? Senator Spalding?
Move to go to debate.
Is there a motion to go to debate? Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Ayala Yalamanchili.
I will very much be voting in favor of this bill. I do very much appreciate that in 604.1, in chapter 604.1, the word legal was changed to official. I think that is very much helpful to those who change their names. Even if it's not their legal name, I think somebody's preferred name when registered with the university should be, able to be used on a ballot, and I think that's great. And I agree with the other provisions of this bill as well, and I think we should vote in favor.
All right. Anyone else wishing to debate? Chair Gill.
I just wanted to clarify for Ayala Yalamanchili, I was wrong. It's actually Internal Bill 5423, which you were referring to, not 19. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't giving false information.
Pro Tem Foster.
I'll be speaking in favor. We looked at this internal bill a couple weeks ago in ENA, and then we brought it back to the floor, and we made amendments We talked through a lot of, I guess, discrepancies on certain issues people had questions about, but this is a general consensus what E and A agree with. I made a couple amendments myself on the doc that were approved. Nobody had any problems with the amendments, but this is what EC is going to follow. I'm excited to see the bill enacted, and I'll be voting in favor for it. Great. Senator Schilling?
May I retain?
You may.
Yes. So really, again, with the updates given and the strike throughs and the changes in the verbiage and language, I believe that this is a lot more clear for the election committee and for the commission. And I will be voting in favor, and I encourage everyone else to as well. Move to vote.
Motion to vote on Internal Bill 5417. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 30 to 0 to 1, Internal Bill 5417 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty. Resolutions none, special acts none, notice legislation on second reading, constitutional amendments none. Alrighty, so we're going to do a little leapfrogging for a little bit here since we want to prioritize legislation that we actually have folks in the gallery for. So with that, is there a motion to go to resolution 5412? Alrighty. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple?
Move for 6-minute speech, 7-minute speeches, sorry, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 7-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Senator Simcoe? 7 minutes, whenever you're ready, or if you want to yield, you can.
Hello, this is my first resolution, so I'm a bit excited. So first I'm going to speak on my behalf, and I have a guest that I'll yield afterwards. Orange County is growing at an unprecedented rate. The county has added approximately 300,000 new residents within the last decade, resulting in many roads reaching beyond its intended capacity. As traffic increases in the region, this will lead to more lost time that could have been spent working, studying, or spending time with family. The solution is to increase our investment in transportation with an added focus on transportation alternatives, such as walking, biking, or taking the bus. Central Florida has a backlog on these infrastructure projects, with the current system to get approval being unable to keep pace with demand. Allowing Orange County to collect a new revenue stream will ensure that the county and its municipalities are able to grow its network and meet the demand of its current and future residents. What the county is presenting to voters is a 1% sales tax increase from 6.5% to 7.5%. This will give the county approximately $600 million a year to fund independent projects, as well as help match funds. This new source of funding will help improve transportation projects that aren't just for private vehicle usage. If approved, this funding can go towards sidewalk rehabilitation, increased bus frequency, protected bicycle lanes, sunrail expansion, and much more. Opponents will state that this may be a burden for locals and that it shouldn't be done during a time of inflation. Supporters would respond by saying that this helps those locals reach out to more opportunities. Those who can't afford a car can now reach more desirable work areas that were once only available for those who can drive. More jobs will be added to the region as more demand for transportation projects will be created. It should also be mentioned that because our region has a heavy presence of tourism, a grand share of that revenue created from the surtax will be coming from those out-of-towners and not locals. With the remaining amount of time to speak, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to our guest, Alex, if you can come up. Oh, there he is.
Great. Okay. The light up. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Alexander Whedon. I'm coming here on behalf of Move Orange County, Florida. That's the political committee that's been constituted to support the passage of the penny sales tax initiative, the transportation surtax that's going to be on the November ballot. As Sebastian was saying, you know, it's here. This is on the ballot because it presents a really dire need. Over 1,000 people move to Orange County every week. We have an infrastructure that already does not support that. And without almost immediate and drastic improvements, not only are individuals going to be left behind, but the county itself will be, as other counties like Seminole County already has a dedicated funding source of transportation. Broward and Miami-Dade do as well. Hillsborough is working on one. And for young professionals, 66% of young professionals say that access to public transportation is an important part of where they decide to move. And so if Orlando wants to continue to grow and compete with other cities, then we need to continue to be desirable to young professionals as well. But the other thing too is Orlando and Orange County, Orlando is the largest, I just learned this, Orlando is the largest city in the world without a dedicated funding source for public transportation. And like I said, you all see the need, and I almost feel like when that's the case, and when we are such the exception to the rule, literally worldwide, the burden of proof should almost be on folks folks saying like we shouldn't do this. But that's something that's really, to me, really important to consider. The need also is spoken to by the fact that we have an incredibly broad coalition of support for this initiative, both politically and geographically. So community organizations from East Orange County Chamber of Commerce to the cities of Apopka, the I-4 Chamber of Commerce, literally across the county, organizations are in support of this. There's also a really unique broad political support for this. You have it really is like a political unicorn, especially in our current political climate. I've worked in politics in different ways in Central Florida for a few years now, and I'm kind of shocked at some of the faces that I'm seeing in some of the meetings where we're all on the same page here. At one point, it was almost like, did I walk into the wrong room with some of these people? But we have everyone from the Central Florida Hotel Lodging Association in support to organizations like YDSA here on campus. College Democrats are in support. We have elected officials of both parties endorsing this, from folks like Christine Moore, who's a Republican county commissioner, to both Democratic mayors, as well as almost the entire county commission. And folks like our own state representative here, Carlos Guillermo Smith, is in support. And so we have this incredibly broad coalition. We have, and something that people will talk about they'll call this like a regressive tax. So it's a sales tax, therefore it's a regressive tax. The burden is on lower income folks. Unfortunately, in Florida, we don't, well, fortunately or not, depending on your politics, but Florida, we don't have a state income tax. Sales taxes and property taxes, which are ever increasing and a significant burden already. If we're going to find new revenue, it's going to be through a sales tax. But organizations that work for and support the most underserved residents of our county are in support of this resolution as well. Organizations like the Christian Service Center, where representatives have spoken to the fact that patients can't get to medical appointments because of the infrequency of the buses. Also, our foster care system and representatives of the foster care system are in support of this as well, saying that that a lot of young people are taking these infrequent buses, sitting at these bus stations bus stops that don't have any kind of covering or anything. All of that will be addressed. It will also reduce car emissions by 36% over time. So there's also a really important environmental impact for this. And to me, it's hard. It's almost hard to create like a flowing argument because it covers so many things. It will positively affect so many things like protected bike lanes, working on existing road infrastructure. As the resolution says, 45% will go to road infrastructure, some widening, but things like safer intersections and safer pedestrian ways, protected bike lanes, repairs as well, are all part of that road money. So when some folks see that 45% road money thing as like, oh, they're going to build more roads and just bring more cars, but no, it's way more than that. And then 45% is going to go to mass transit, and that's going to include a doubling of bus routes, a greater increase on who qualifies for reduced fares, which is also really important. We're going to have weekend Sunrail, which I'm really excited about as a downtown resident. It's going to revolutionize brunch in Winter Park. and it's going to take rail lines are being plotted all the way up to Apopka and Ocoee. So we're going to finally have like regional transit. And so this is why groups like Ideas for Us and Citizens for Climate are really excited about this. And that's also why, with better transportation to the theme parks, that's why the Hotel Lodging Association is excited about this. And we need to grow this system, or else not just individuals are going to be left behind, but like we're all going to be left behind. I'd love to take any questions that people have. Yes. Oh, sorry. I don't want to be like, sorry.
Yeah, 1 second.
Going rogue on y'all.
Alrighty. We are now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. You can direct it both to our guest and Senator Simcoe. First going to go Chair Holmes.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to ask, how will this resolution being signed by our Senate President and Senate President Pro Tempore help your organization?
Well, it's going to show that folks the broader support we have, the better. It's going to show that students, young people who may be new to the area, who need to use public transportation, are in support of it. That our future leaders and future professionals are in support of it, because again, this is about building for the near future and the extended future. And we have one of the largest universities in the country here, with all sorts of phenomenal professional, majors and postgraduate degrees as well. And we want y'all's talent to stay. And I think especially in sort of a leadership and body like the Senate itself, specifically in support is sort of like a vote of confidence for our county, if that makes sense. And in my experience, I've worked in Central Florida politics, and I've worked with even literally some of you all, and but also there's a lot of young professionals who are leaving Orlando and Orange County because of things like a lack of public transportation, but also the housing situation as well. And I would argue too that having greater connectivity around the county is going to make more and more housing accessible, and therefore could decrease some of these rents and the demand if it's just as convenient to live in like Winter Garden as it is to live in Baldwin Park or Audubon Park. Then that's going to it's going to help alleviate the housing crisis as well. Was that a time to stop talking?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what that was.
All right.
Alrighty. Vice Chair Nimbardi.
So to your housing question, if housing is more accessible, wouldn't that increase the number of consumers or people or residents that are able to purchase housing? So if anything, it would go up more in price?
Well, no, supply and demand. So there's greater supply. This is kind of outside the scope of the resolution and all, but and the housing part is just sort of like an additional reason to be in support. I think be in support. But if there's greater supply, then that would ease prices. And also people are moving anyway. Like I said, 1,500 people are moving to the county every week anyway, and that's going to increase demand far greater than greater accessibility would, I would argue. But also, I'm not talking about, when I say housing, I don't mean just simply like single family housing or anything. I'm just saying that location is a big determinant for rent prices. And so if apartments of equal amenities and size and stuff are located, if it doesn't take over an hour to get from Apopka to downtown, and folks have more options. Yeah, the more options, I would argue the more options creates more of a renters or buyers market than,
Vice Chair Castle.
Hello, and first, thank you for coming here to speak with us.
Sure.
So what are some methods of government accountability and transparency that college students can see once this referendum is passed? Because I know a lot of people can see, we're going to be paying more in taxes technically, and college students can be very frugal and keep their money tight. So what are some ways college students can go out and, I don't know, check any resources to ensure that facilities are actually being enforced and things are efficiently happening and things are not just being
Right,
held,
right.
held out.
Well, right now at 6.5% sales tax, there's almost no oversight that exists. There's also no dedicated funding source for transportation. So, that money could, within law, within reason, go anywhere. Now, with this additional cent is going to have like not one, but two levels of oversight. There's going to be a technical board. So folks that are engineers and stuff who are going to be overlooking these projects. There's also already a project list. It's extensive, and they cover things, really basic things too, like fixing traffic lights in Apopka. Not sort of like bizarre schemes or anything, or grand schemes or pie in the sky type things. And there's also going to be a citizens review board that anyone can apply to be on. And again, these are things that don't exist. And I think that again, when we're weighing this thing, it's sort of we don't have unfortunately we don't have like a buffet of like 3, 4, 5, 10 options, right? It's as it stands now. And the last time the county attempted this was over 20 years ago, and it failed. And so we don't know when something like this would come up again. And so we have those two levels of oversight for money that is, and these ballot initiatives, that language has to be vetted by the Florida Supreme Court. Okay. And so when it talks about transportation and flooding, which is in the initiative as well, it has to really apply, or else like Hillsborough's got kicked off the ballot because they called it a penny sales tax rather than a 1 cent sales tax. Something that's simple, get it taken off the ballot. So we're going to have those levels of oversight. Also, every cent of this is going to stay in Orange County. Right now, all this state sales tax that we pay, obviously our federal income tax, that gets, our state sales tax goes all over the state. Central Florida is one of those areas and counties where more state funding leaves and comes in. Orlando, Miami, there's a couple places like that. And then obviously with federal dollars, that goes not only across the country, but with like international aid, our tax dollars are literally going around the world. Every single cent of this sales tax is going to be spent in Orange County on transportation. And like Sebastian said, that's $600 million a year. Over half of that, a little bit over half of that is going to be spent by tourists. And then it will also make us eligible for federal grants. And the estimate for that is essentially a doubling of that. So we're actually looking at over $1 billion a year for transportation just in Orange County. And that's pretty transformational. And again, when we're paying half of that 600 million, and that 600 million is then further doubled, we're really paying a quarter of that 1.2 billion. So, so there's those levels of oversight, and then how that 1 cent factors into the greater, cash that comes in.
Senator Berkman.
May I ask 2 questions?
You may.
First, how was the 1 cent decided upon?
It's something that it's the factors of if it's burdensome versus the amount that it can, the amount that it can raise. And so it's 1 cent for 1%. That's what it is. It's 1%. For added to sales tax, which doesn't cover everything anyway. So things like medicine, groceries, a lot of essentials are not covered by sales tax, so they won't be affected at all. And then they looked at the need, and again, it's a balancing, and that 1 cent too. I mean, this is also politics too. So what's gonna stick in voters' heads? What's gonna make sense? And then how many projects can we work on that are necessary? And that $600 million, 1 cent per 1% increase per purchase, it's going to equal $600 million. And, it's just the weighing of those factors. Plus, again, the fact that 1 cent is something that we can talk about. 1 cent, 1% is a round number, a round figure that we can, talk about and debate and basically remember.
So it appears that transportation already has a budget of $347 million a year. This would triple that budget. What happens to the money after all the projects are done?
Well, we're a county that's continuing to grow. And again, there's an extensive list of projects that are needed. And so I think, we're going to be expanding rail, expanding these bus routes, making bus service cheaper, putting actual overhangs on all the bus stops, where because of the infrequency of routes, people are actually sleeping overnight at these bus stops. There's going to be projects there. That $300 million, we have buses breaking down. We have one of the most inconsistent bus services in the country, and there'll be projects needed through that.
Unfortunately, debate time has elapsed. We are now in line. Oh no, questioning time has elapsed. We are now in line for debate. All those wishing to debate, Chair Temple.
So as you can probably see on the piece of legislation, I did sponsor this. I actually did help Senator Simcoe and Chair Holmes in compiling all the facts for this directly. And I have to say, it was a blast learning about all the numbers and all of what the potential effects could be with infrastructure. I know I'm a nerd for infrastructure. Can you blame me? I'm an economics major. But in all seriousness, though, like the effects of what this sales tax can, penny sales tax can do for Orange County and the city of Orlando is immense. So I'm gonna try not to let my economic side of me go completely nuts. But the point of it all is it can have a substantial effect for all of us, not just in the near term, but also in the far term. So if we were to pass this resolution, we would show support for not only for one, love to infrastructure, because infrastructure is incredibly important. It is literally our skeletal structure for society. But it also shows that we are committed to actually improving the livelihoods of not only ourselves, but also those outside of the city, or outside of the university, sorry. So with that, I will be voting in favor of this resolution, and I encourage you all to do the very same.
Senator Caldwell, then Senator Schiller.
Yeah, I really can't speak in favor of this enough. I honestly... Is something, am I missing something? I am sorry. I can't, my bad. Anyway, it's been a long night. The point of the matter is that Florida across the board desperately needs advanced infrastructure. And this benefits our society in innumerable ways. This would double the number of union transportation jobs in our county, which is an incredible win, and would massively increase wages across the board. A rising tide lifts all boats. Additionally, I'd like to point out that when we expand someone's access to transportation in a 10-mile radius, that increases their yearly earnings by $20,000. It is one of the most effective ways to give people a better life. We live in and around UCF, and we get to experience the wonders of being in a pocket of a walkable, bikeable, transport-ridden community. So much of Orlando is not like that. We are the deadliest city for pedestrians and bicyclists for a reason. Vote in favor.
Yeah, I will echo what Senator Caldwell and Chair Temple said, but I'd like to add from my own personal experience that I spent the past summer inside Chicago, and they have one of the most robust systems using the CTA, Metra, and PACE system. And honestly, I fell in love with that city, not because of anything else, but their transportation system. Really, I did not need a car to go anywhere. I can access everywhere. I could make more money and save more money that way, all for the cost of $30 a month to go anywhere I wanted. And the fact that Florida up until this point has not had a mass transportation system is very lacking. And honestly, even if the tax was 2 or 3%, myself, I would be willing to pay it, for the fact that transportation not only gives more opportunities, but it allows the expansion of the state itself, not only for the citizens, but for those who may be visiting, like our tourist population, everything like that. So I will highly be voting in favor, and I recommend you all do.
Alrighty. We have heard three. Did we hear three speeches? Or only two? It's been three? Okay. Sorry. All right. We've heard three speeches in affirmation. Are there any speakers in negation? Senator Berkman.
I really love the concept here. It sounds wonderful. That wonderful transportation system in Chicago that serves 9 million people is operating on a $1.8 billion budget. I will be abstaining from this simply because I don't know where the rest of the money is going, and I don't know if they do either.
Chair Holmes.
I'm sorry, this is not to negate, but this is to see my amendments as a block. Or technical, your decision.
Senator Simcoe, would you like to see them as a technical?
Yeah, we can see them as a technical.
Right, technical. Moving along. Anyone else wishing to speak? Ile Almachili.
So I know that we can't compare public transportation in Orlando to that in Chicago. The cities are designed very differently, and the populations vary in size. I think Orlando's a city of 1-something million people. Chicago is 9-something million people, as Senator Bergman said. But I like the ideals in this resolution, and more money going towards public transportation is good. Public transportation is good for the environment, helps the poor people who do not have cars, and it's generally a good idea to make Orlando more accessible to those without motorcycles, cars, etc. For example, sometimes I want to go to the movie theater from my apartment complex, but I can't because I don't have a car. And the Orlando Lynx bus doesn't go there. Isn't that something? I think that's pretty sad. And Orlando could always do better. And the ideals in this resolution are very good. And I'm going to be voting in favor. And I encourage my fellow senators to be voting in favor as well.
Alrighty. Vice Chair Becerra.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, so I'm gonna vote in favor of this as well. In the perspective of my grandmothers, like they don't have a car, so they always have to travel by bus. And while my family, like my parents, myself, we always try to reach out and try to give them like transportation, but sometimes we can't because my parents have to work and I have to work too, and like deal with my studies and my classes over here. Sometimes scheduling can be strict, so they have to rely on public transportation a lot. One of my grandmas actually working downtown, and sometimes, unfortunately, she struggles to gain access to public transportation. So I believe this is going to be very beneficial to people like her who definitely, need that transportation to go to work and also make a living as well. So I'll be voting in favor of this for sure, and I encourage y'all to do the same. Move to vote.
Alrighty, there's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5412. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 31-0 to 1, and Resolution 5412 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, is there a motion to see Resolution 5413? Alrighty, resolution urging the University of Central Florida to adequately help students who are suffering as a result of Hurricane Ian. Chair Taché will be beaming in shortly. Someone pass it to Liz. Alrighty. He is above me. Can you hear us, Jason?
I can. Howdy, friends. Sorry, I'm not there in person. I had a COVID scare this weekend, so I figured it'd be better to just stay home until I know if I have COVID or not. But yeah, can I go ahead and give my speech?
Alrighty, 7 minutes whenever you are ready.
Cool. So yeah, just to give backstory on this resolution for those who don't remember, weren't there, or whatever. During Senate deliberations in the last Senate session we had, Senator Caucus brought up concerns regarding how the university had done a poor job responding to the hurricane. And all of us kind of agreed. And I suggested that we compile a list of demands from the university to say, like, these are the things you need to do. And if you don't do them, we think there should be actions taken. Those actions included us feeling that the president of the university should resign if, you know, there's not an adequate response from here on in. And so me and about 10 other senators sat down the next day and had a conversation, and I took notes on, you know, what the general takeaways were. And I sat down with some help from former Senator Sabula and wrote the entirety of this resolution and sent it to everybody to make sure everyone was good with it. In the whereas clauses, we go over kind of like the general, here's what happened regarding, you know, there was a hurricane, there was all of this damage at all these apartment complexes, all of the students were left houseless, etc. Talked a little bit more about the academic impact it had on people, the emotional impact it had on people, the potential of what UCF could have done, what they've done in the past, etc. And then in the therefore be it resolved clauses are all the demands that, you know, we had talked about in that meeting. But yeah, so, you know, generally, I think this is something that we can all kind of agree on. It's a lot of what we talked about that night, and then obviously everything that we talked about in that smaller group of people who really cared about this issue. I will also say that I hope tonight we can hear this on both second and third reading, because I think it's a very time-sensitive issue. And I'd like to be able to start advocating as having it be a passed resolution as soon as possible. But yeah, I'll yield to questioning.
Alrighty, we are now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Senator Shala.
Yes, I remember whenever we had the Senate deliberations, Senator Costas brought up a very good point leading to this resolution. So I really appreciate how quickly the turnaround was. My main question is regarding the therefore be it resolved. I guess if there is the lack of an adequate response, because I expect that the university won't do as much as requested. What should the response of student government be, or the support coming from it?
Yeah, so if there's not an adequate response, I put in there that I want us to be able to post about this on the UCF student government social media pages to kind of make this a public campaign rather than just something we're sending emails about, because I'd like there to be a pressure campaign going forward on the university. If nothing is done, I'd be glad to pass a second resolution that says that, you know, the UCF Student Government Senate, on behalf of the UCF student body, feels as though the president of the university should resign, and leave it at that, and not even say, like, unless he does this, if we feel it's too late and that he hasn't listened to us. And then from there, you know me, I'm always down to make some noise, work with people from some outside RSOs, and, you know, stir up a pressure campaign. Unfortunately, there's nothing technically we can do other than pressuring the university, but, you know, I'm down to be kind of unrelenting with that. I hope that answered your question.
Sure, Gil.
Yeah, so my question is regarding the second, therefore it be resolved, urging for the removal of President Cartwright. Did you talk to any other students besides yourself, Senator Sabula, and other senators that worked on this, how they felt about this statement? Yeah, that's my first question.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, obviously my own personal bubble is a biased bubble, but I reached out to as many people as I could that I know. I wasn't like on the streets of UCF, like crowd canvassing, seeing what people thought about it. But I did, in group chats and things, send and see what people's thoughts were. I actually brought it up in one of my classes today just because I was saying that I had a very busy day coming up and they were asking what it was about. And I referenced that I was presenting this resolution tonight and everyone was, really on board with it. So if that sample size is anything, that's cool. But beyond that, no, not really. I didn't send out a survey or anything.
Chair, I'll follow up.
Yeah. I guess my next question is, why do, or whoever wrote this and can answer this, why do you feel it is appropriate to call on the resignation of the president if the needs aren't met? I'm just trying to understand the thought process of this statement.
Yeah. So I'll break that down in two ways. So first of all, we were kind of rattling our brains during that Senate deliberation on what the action should be that is taken regarding all of this stuff. And when you are trying to pressure people to do what you want, you need to have a concrete, this is what we will do if you don't do those things. And so just saying we want these things to get done without and then here's the next step we'll take if they don't get done, without escalation tactics, it doesn't really work. And then specifically why I think he should resign if these things aren't done outside of just it being a pressure tactic is I think it's a categorical failure by our university. And, I'm sure there are a bunch of people who are responsible, but there's one person at the end of the day who's overwhelmingly in charge in the face of our university. And I think when you have hundreds, if not thousands of houseless students and students suffering with their grades and their mental health, and the university's response is to say 2 weeks later we're announcing that we're moving the withdrawal deadline back by a week and a half. I think it's pretty embarrassing, and I think it's something that is grounds for someone to be fired from their job because it's inexcusable to handle something this important that poorly, especially when it's something that'll definitely happen again because we're in Florida.
Chair, go last question.
Yes. Okay. So this resolution is urging us to aid students affected by Hurricane Ian. I guess I'm just a little confused as to, does President Cartwright oversee emergency policy? Because I know we have an emergency management team. I'm just a little confused as to why we're calling for the resignation of the president. Does he oversee every decision regarding natural disasters, or are we just calling for the removal of the president because we are I'm just a little confused as to why specifically him and not maybe the agency that oversees these plans?
That's a fair question. I think there can definitely be stuff done there, but at the end of the day, it was more of the president of the university, if he wants something to happen at that university, can happen. And obviously I don't know what the chain of command on those decisions are when it comes to, when are we shutting down, what are we doing, whatever, but there, needs to be a comprehensive there need to be comprehensive actions taken that a lot of different aspects of the university are, important here, such as housing, such as caps, such as general safety things, such as academics. And so it's no longer just on the emergency preparedness front. There's parts of that, but it's a real university-wide response. And without calling on the president and the board of trustees, it gets complicated on who exactly to call on. You know what I mean?
Senator Palmer. Have you taken into account the amount of work which will be pushed back in the event of the resignation of President Cartwright and the backlash it might have on the overall productivity of the university?
Yeah. I don't think someone doing a bad job at their job should get to keep their job just because we're afraid of what will happen if there's a vacancy. again, like I would like to reiterate, because we've gotten kind of stuck on this, that like the point of this resolution is not for the president of the university to resign. The point of this resolution is for things to happen that will help the students who are impacted by the hurricane. And so I'd love if we don't have to end up calling for the president to resign, because he listens to these things and things get done. But someone being incompetent and someone actively not caring is grounds for them to be removed from their position. And I don't care if, there's backlog because of that. We shouldn't have a bad president of our university.
Follow up.
Yeah. So, did you think about having a resolution which asked the UCF Board of Trustees to make a certain amount of changes to help students, rather than outright telling them that if you don't agree to our demands, we will remove you? So, was there any talk, kind of, I can say? But yeah.
Yeah. So like, I'm not being, like, here's my manifesto, do it, or we're calling for you to resign. In the resolution, I say, if it's not met adequately, meaning that you don't have to do this exact list of things that I'm saying. And I also left the things on there very vague as to what they could do. They can come up with whatever solutions they want. We talked about it in that meeting that we had amongst the senators who were working on this, that, it's not, you have to open up Celeste Hotel, or you have to open up this dorm room, or whatever. It's, you have to find housing for students. So there's lots of, wiggle room in what they can do. And even then, I'm saying if it's not met adequately. So it's not like, I'm saying like, here's my list of things, or else I'm going to blow up your office. Like, that's not what I'm doing here. But yeah.
Yeah, let's avoid that imagery. Senator Spalding, this will be the final question.
Okay, so I'm looking at the resolution, and I don't know if you're able to see it or not, but the second, be it for the resolved clause, that has to do with the calling of the resignation for President Cartwright.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be kind of the heavy hitter for this questioning. So my question to you is, would you be willing to move forward with this resolution without this clause? And if not, would you be willing to renegotiate or kind of meet in the middle for this clause?
So if you all vote to amend this resolution, I won't withdraw it just because that part is taken out. However, from an organizer's perspective, when you are running a pressure campaign, you need things that are escalation tactics. And saying this is what we want to happen without saying what we're going to do about it, or what we're calling for, or expressing how seriously we're taking it, makes this just another proclamation that says we think this thing, and then it kind of dies. And so I think it'd be very ill-advised to get rid of this part. And, I'm not going to budge on that position, but I'm not going to, if we vote to amend it, I'm not going to, not move forward with the resolution. I just think that wouldn't be the best way to go about this campaign.
Alrighty, we are now in a period of debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise their hand. ILA Chile.
Move to see my amendment.
So motion to see ILA Chile's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 2-minute speech, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate.
So motion for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, ILA Chile, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I propose this amendment to strike the second be it further resolved clause because I think it is needlessly escalatory. I agree with the sentiments in this bill. However, I do not believe that this body should be showing an attitude of hostility towards higher ups in university agencies and departments, especially President Cartwright. These are people we should be working with. These are not people that we should be working against. And it's a pretty controversial clause. It's hard for me to support this bill with that clause. I would support it otherwise, and I think this Senate should consider scrapping that clause so that the bill is less aggressive in nature. And that's it. Thank you.
Alrighty, we are now in line for questioning. I'm going to go Senator Caldwell first, and then Pro Tem Foster.
3 questions, if I may.
You may.
First of all, do you believe that the primary role of the university's president is to best serve its students?
I do, yes.
Do you believe that without this clause in the resolution, any actionable steps will be taken to meet what is proposed in this resolution?
I think they can be. The power for those decisions to be made does not just lie with President Cartwright. It also lies with the Board of Trustees, who are the agency that gives oversight over the president of the university. And whether we make such demands or not, they do not have to fulfill those demands. And so whether that clause is there or not, I do not see how it provides an incentive for the university to take broader action, because fundamentally this body does not have the power to remove the president of the university.
Okay, final question then. Do you believe that without this clause included, there is an incentive for the university to do anything actionable on this and respond to the university's highest representative body of students?
Well, fundamentally, this resolution expresses the attitude of student government on this matter. It does show that we care about the consequences of Hurricane Ian and how we wish that the university had done a better job at responding to it. And it does make that clear. And I'm sure that President Cartwright and the Board of Trustees and people in higher university agencies and departments will listen to that and take into consideration the views of this body. Now, the removal of this clause does not necessarily give them more of an incentive to listen to us. I just believe that it removes a disincentive to do so, and is not really helpful to the content of this resolution.
Okay, I just wanted to, oh, never mind, it disappeared. I was going to read something that Senator Caucus wrote, but I don't see it on the doc anymore. So.
All right. I'm going to go Barrickman. Okay, yeah, Barrickman.
As I don't believe that the Florida college educational system ends with President Cartwright, do you believe that it would be appropriate or helpful to escalate to the next step in the chain of command?
That's not something I can comment upon, because I do not possess sufficient knowledge of who is in charge of these decisions after President Cartwright and the Board of Trustees.
I'm going to go Vice Chair Hurl.
So it seems to be like kind of like a split room on whether or not to keep it or to disregard it. So I was questioning, would you be willing to adjust the be it further this clause and make it less of a kind of as your words, like a less aggressive kind of thing, to still say, like, if they don't take action, that we want something to happen, just not the removal of Cartwright?
That's something I'm not opposed to. It would depend on what that change would be, but I'm not opposed to that. Yeah.
Senator Palmer.
A question for Brody, if I may.
You may.
So since this was an emergency situation, the hurricane, and since there have been many talks for resolutions regarding this matter, do you believe that the Senate, it would be better for the Senate to create an ad hoc committee for the hurricane situation?
To clarify, you're asking if I think student government should form an ad hoc committee to address the situation?
What my question is, are we allowed to, like, for this current situation, are we allowed to create an ad hoc committee to create resolutions regarding this particular situation?
If I understand the question fully, then yes, Senate/student government can make an ad hoc committee to address any issue that is time limited, right? That's what an ad hoc committee is for. So yes, if you wanted to create a committee specifically to discuss and address and advocate for these issues or any other, then yes, that is a thing you can do.
Alrighty, questioning time has elapsed. We are now in a period of debate. All those wishing to debate, Senator
Barrickman. So I discovered that the Florida, the Board of Governors for the State University System of Florida seems to run the 12 public colleges in Florida. I would like to see this, be it further resolved, changed to escalation to that board, as we can see through our discussions with members of other colleges how our college handled things differently. And if that is not resolved through this college, it may be resolved through the 12 colleges.
Ready. I'm going to go Senator Caldwell, then Senator Schiller.
Yeah, I think my opinion here is pretty clear to everyone in the room. I've been directly or indirectly involved with pressure campaigns across the United States at many universities, whether it was winning $15 minimum wages for student workers at the University of Michigan or countless other campaigns. We spend a lot of time in this room every week passing things that say we support things. Those ultimately very rarely have a real impact on the world around us because no one has a reason to listen to us. It's not great to have to demand such things from our own university, but students are homeless. Students have had their lives ruined. And we have seen, unfortunately, a disregard for that destruction from our administration. No, we cannot single-handedly reshape our administration, but we have a duty to the students we represent to actually make demands of our administration and say there are things that must change if our administration continues to fail to meet them. I wouldn't be opposed to escalating it to other bodies, but President Cartwright is an excellent target for such demands because he is the proverbial face of our university. I think we need to take an actionable stand here. We need to do something that invokes pressure, that invokes public opinion, that has a chance of actually helping students, because without it, this will go nowhere, as so much of our work tragically does, which is a reality we have to face if we're not going to take steps to change how we do legislation in this chamber.
Senator Schiller.
So Pro Tem Foster made a very good point in that Senator Caucus did write something, but debate cannot occur in the comments. So Senator Caucus wrote that we should have the ability to challenge authority here within the university. And I'll echo that and what Senator Caldwell just mentioned, in that, in my experience here, since I've been at UCF for 6 years, rarely does things get done without there being a significant consequence for the actions not being completed. And I say that on the small scale within a department and something as large as a pressure campaign throughout the university. And so really the removal of this clause for me has no teeth to this resolution. I mean, you could say we want the university to help our students who are homeless. My own students inside the Department of Computer Science, some of them are now homeless. And I see that from the ones who come to class and tell me they cannot come to class anymore. So really there has to be some type of consequence for the university not willing to take a response. And I'll echo again what Senator Caldwell said. Yes, you could escalate it to someone else, but really, if President Cartwright wanted to do something, he could have done it, and he could still do something. So again, the target could be changed, but really for a pressure campaign inside the university, I don't think there's a better face. So I will be voting against this amendment.
All right, we go Chair Gell and Vice Chair Rowe.
I will state that I am in support of this resolution. I am advocating that we reword this or completely strike it. I hear a lot, I hear the debate, and I really do understand because students are affected, but it's I just don't understand why we're targeting someone who is not the direct person in charge of the agency that oversees emergency response. I guess for me, it's like going and saying that I want to fire the RWC director when I'm dealing with a housing issue. Now, I do understand Cartwright oversees the entire university, and I do understand the essence of a pressure campaign, but I think Senator Parmar brought up a good idea of making an ad hoc committee so that we can understand, okay, who exactly controls the response? Who exactly can we pinpoint to be like, oh, we're going to urge for you to be fired instead of the president of our school? It almost feels like we're kind of bifurcating. And I do understand because students are displaced and students are homeless, and that is a serious, serious issue. And that's why I would advocate for that ad hoc committee. But I just think that for me, it just seems odd that we're advocating for the president to be removed when the president doesn't have the sole power over these decisions. But I do understand we have to challenge something. We have to challenge authority. And that's true. That is very true. And that's something that we should always do, but we have no authority to actually remove him. We don't have that. And so for me, it just seems like, I don't think the student body would truly be in favor of advocating for the removal of our president. I do think that they would advocate for this specific resolution, but I feel like it's almost just bringing such a negative and harsh connotation. Like we're almost biting more than we actually have the ability to control. And I think that this resolution should be I won't speak on the resolution yet. But specifically for this amendment, I think it needs to be deleted or reworded. And it's not me trying to say that this isn't good what we're doing. It's just, it doesn't seem logical in my opinion. And so I really urge the body to really think, would students support this? Like if I was a normal, is this really going to change anything? I agree it adds pressure, but I feel like we can add pressure in this elsewhere besides calling on the removal of President Cartwright if needs aren't met adequately. And then that leads the question, or what are adequate needs? It's very ambiguous. The statement is very ambiguous, and I just don't think it would be beneficial to be kept in this resolution. But the resolution is great, so I hope you all vote in favor of this amendment.
Alrighty, Vice Chair Earl, briefly, and then we got to move on to voting.
Oh, okay. So I was just going to say that I'm kind of conflicted. I still am kind of conflicted. I do believe that we should ask for action, and there should be a consequence if action is not met. But I feel like we're targeting the wrong person again, because although I do know that he is the face of UCF, unfortunately, I know there's been a lot of talk, like if he wants something done, he can get it done, which is not the case. Like we have the way student government is set up is the way the faculty government is set up as well. Like just like how President Martinez cannot just get something done, Cartwright can't just say something and it gets done right away. But I am in favor for having a consequence if something isn't met.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. We are now in a period of voting. The vote count of 15 to 8 to 8, the amendment passes favorably. We are still in debate on the overall resolution. Chair Saucedo.
So I will actually be voting against this resolution. I will preface with saying that I strongly agree with its core values, which are that UCF did not respond appropriately after the Hurricane Ian. We live in Florida and hurricanes are going to happen and they're only going to get worse. But I do believe that this resolution could be made to have more strength. I did a quick Google search and UCF has an Office of Emergency Management. According to the presenter's speech, it doesn't seem like they were contacted. The director of the Emergency Management Department is Joseph Thelmer, and the manager of the Emergency Management Department is Brian Gary. I believe these should be our first points of contact if we wish to address the core issues of this resolution. Like I said at the beginning, I completely agree with the fact that we need to come up with a better response during natural disasters. I do believe this resolution could use some work though, so I will be voting against it.
I'm going to go Senator Capozzi. Do you have your hand up?
So we had seen this bill in SBA, and my concern with it was mainly the vagueness of some of the things that are being asked, because yes, we live in Florida and things like this happen, but the flooding of the apartments is also a structural thing. So like we wouldn't have realized So the vagueness of it is basically just that we're not asking for anything specific, which is understandable because we're not well versed in, what to do or how to handle those situations, since we haven't had something like this here at UCF. But I feel like something should be added to it where we do ask for something more specific of if it's going to hit in a certain area or somewhere near, at what point do we say we need to close campus? At what point do we start evacuating students so that they can get to safety? Because storms like these are extremely unpredictable. It was not set to hit Orlando, and so many people actually came to Orlando to avoid the storm and then ended up getting trapped in it. So I think that some of the problems that happened were not, obviously the university didn't take the right actions with it, but the flooding was not something that anybody ever could have predicted. And so what came as a result of that is also something that if there's not adequate housing that we can provide, we should do everything in our power to do so. But housing does cost money. We can't just demand that students be let into, apartment complexes and things like that. There has to be the availability for them, and somebody has to pay for it in some capacity. So there needs to be a very strict or, idea of what needs to come if that hurricane is even close to hitting us. That way we can handle these situations, because if we have no plan at all, when they become homeless, if something like this were to happen again, there is nowhere for them to go. Yes, we want President Cartwright or whoever to say, hey, let our students in, they're homeless. But ideally, a hotel is not going to let them in for free unless they're going to be really charitable. And even if they do, it's not going to last for that long. So things need to be done, and it needs to be more strict, not as vague as it is. Leaving it this vague, I feel like, allows them to do exactly what they did and not really enforce things in a way that they should.
Alrighty. I'm going to go Chair Holmes next.
May I direct a question to the resolution writer? If they're still on Zoom?
You may, yeah.
Okay. Would you be willing to work with whoever I forgot what the board is called, whatever Mel said, that board to talk about, what obstacles they faced in their response, because there could be possible things that they ran into which probably delayed their response. So yeah.
I'm willing to work with whoever, but I think a lot of you are misconstruing what the point of this is. It's not for me to sit here and go, shame, 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 you did something wrong and now we're mad at you. The point is to help people, and if they can help people, sure. But I think at this point that the university as a whole can help people better. So I rather work with them, but I'm not opposed to working with anybody.
Chair Gill.
Yeah, so I have very similar thoughts as Chair Salcedo. I think that the idea of this resolution is awesome and it should still happen. I would urge for it to be postponed. A lot of the language is ambiguous. There was a statement in here that UCF required all RAs to work during the storm, which is not true. And so I'm afraid that there might be, because I am an RA, I was also working and I was told that I was excused to go home, that they weren't forcing RAs to work. So I think that kind of seeing some of this information, I think what's best is we should be targeting emergency management. And I think an ad hoc committee could be formed for those that are passionate about this to get this, for us to advocate for the student body efficiently. I just think that it just seems too ambiguous. And I kind of was hoping that this resolution would not just target Hurricane Ian, but also what we could do for the future as well to prepare, like urging for that instead of, unfortunately, we are being reactionary because, and this is on a tight timeline, and I understand that, but it's like I feel like it's not the best it could be. And I just don't want to pass something just to pass something for urgency when we as a body can collectively vote on maybe releasing a statement as a Senate body. Hey, we're working on this. We support our students. We're trying. Whereas a resolution, we could also do the same thing, but I think if we could strengthen it, work with the agencies we need to work with, talk to more students, and kind of just kind of make this more concise, and also what we can help, how we can protect students in the future. And hearing Chair Tache say that he didn't really talk to many people outside of his bubble, which I don't blame us. I think a lot of us do that at times. I think that it's important to kind of hear from students who are experiencing this, because there are people that I know we all have in common that have dealt negatively with this specific situation, that I think could have been asked questions as well, that I'm aware that they're not. I'm under the impression they weren't asked. And so I just think that this is great. I would advocate for postponing this until it is ready to be seen again.
All right, Senator Spalding.
Sorry, maybe it's just me and it's been a long night, but for people that have debated, besides Chair Salcedo, I know she said that she was voting against, but can everyone else that debated say whether you're for, against, or abstaining? Because that's the point of debate, right? Like, I'm not really sure what your result is, if you don't mind.
I mean, it's for them to say which.
Oh, they don't have to?
No.
Okay, never mind. I'm just kidding. I was just trying to figure out, like, what are you thinking? But, okay.
Pro Tem Foster.
I was going to yield to Tache because I see he has his hand up.
Unfortunately, I will not take that unless someone wants to motion for not a non-senator, but he is not physically present here right now. Senator Shella.
Motion for Senator Tache to speak.
So motion for Senator Tache to speak. Any objections? Seeing none. Senator Tache, whenever you're ready.
Thanks, y'all. I'm just kind of surprised with how this has gone tonight. I'm not really sure where everyone's passion went. When we had this conversation a couple weeks ago, people wanted urgent action. People wanted serious action. And now this is being heard a week later than I wanted it to be heard. I wanted a special session to be called for this, as I thought everyone else did. We sat down in that ad hoc committee that we made at the time with an immediate response, talked about what we wanted in here. I put it in here. I've now written it. It's been done. And all of a sudden, people have lost their passion. They've lost their sense of urgency. They've lost the ability to want to fight hard for this and be willing to challenge people. I genuinely don't know where this has gone. I know time has passed, but it's been 3 weeks since the hurricane. Like, there needs to be a response now. People have been homeless for 3 weeks. People have been floundering for 3 weeks. I don't understand how we got here. And we left it intentionally vague on purpose because we were turning it around quick and wanted to be able to say, we're going to work with the university once they're willing to sit down with us and have a conversation about it. But I'm being told it's too vague. I'm being told it's not. I'm being told it's too specific or too harsh. I don't know what people want here. And I'm just genuinely shocked at how quickly we have gone from really being passionate about this to seeming like, oh, it's fine if we take another few weeks to work on this or sit down with people who aren't as important at the university. Like, I don't know what happened here. And when this is heard on third reading, I'm going to reintroduce the part about calling for Cartwright to resign. That's not my goal. I want to make that very clear. That is not my goal to have the president resign. My goal is for the university to do something. And we need some sort of reason for them to listen to us. And everyone here knows that they're not going to listen to us unless we're actively pressuring them. So I think I'm just genuinely shocked at the way everyone's passion went away on this. But that's all I wanted to say. Obviously, I'm encouraging you to vote in favor.
Ready? Debate time has elapsed. We have now entered a period of voting. Chair Gale first.
There's an amendment on the document.
Oh yeah. Okay. First, I'm going to see Pro Tem Foster's as a technical, and then Chair Gale. Do you want to make a motion?
Oh yeah. Move to see my amendment.
Motion to see Chair Gale's amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, motion for speech, question, and debate. Pro Tem Foster.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute question, and 5-minute debate.
Motion for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, Chair Gale, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. This is just this is just not true. And yeah, I yield the rest of my time to questions.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, Senator Schiller.
So I know that you said that this is untrue. And earlier inside of SBA, Senator Taché reported that an RA did say that they were required to be on campus and make calls to the students who had lockouts and things like that. So can you please clarify what the response from resident services and housing was for RAs?
Yeah, absolutely. So the response was, since it was a disaster, we were not required to work. We did not have to work. That was what the department said to us. Now, whether a coordinator didn't relay that message to that RA or that community, I'm unaware of, but I do know housing's response was RAs do not have to stay because I was on duty and I was released from duty. Like, if you want to go home, go home. And that was an opportunity that housing Maine did, but oftentimes housing does not communicate well. And that's a large issue. And I hope that, I'm sorry that person had to work, but that was not required for all RAs to work.
Senator Moll.
Were RAs told that they had to forego pay if they chose not to work during the emergency?
No, so RA pay works as if you work 1 hour, then you get your entire pay. It's a stipend. So since technically the university was closed for, I think, 5 days, if you worked one of those 14 days, you got paid. It was never like an hourly revocation or anything like that. It's, I could work 20 hours one week and get the same pay, or work 1 hour that week and get the same pay. Your pay wouldn't be affected by that. And I can't speak if RAs were told that, but that's not how our pay works in general. So no one should have said that.
Right. Any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to go to debate? We're now in debate on the amendment. Senator Spalding.
Can I retain? I'm not seeing anyone's hands up.
I'm gonna wait a sec. Like, give me
Okay.
speech and then we'll see.
I was gonna say we should vote in favor. Chair Gale's an RA. She just basically flat out said, as an RA, no, this isn't true. So to, hold, this is her job. So you have to hold that to accountability. So I think we should vote in favor.
All right. Anyone else wishing to debate? Seeing none, Senator Spalding.
Move to vote.
Motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, do you object or do you withdraw? Do you withdraw? Senator Caldwell.
I'd like to make a motion for Senator Taché to read the student statement on the RA issue.
There's a motion for Senator Taché to speak. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Taché.
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, I talked about this resolution in one of my classes earlier, and people had opinions on it. And so someone texted me from that class saying, just wanted to add that student employees were forced to work during the storm. Resident assistants were forced to keep their work shifts and work literally during the storm. If a resident had a lockout, my coworkers had to go out in the storm and help. It was ridiculous. I don't know if that's true. That's what they told me. Daisy's saying something else. I can't confirm nor deny what housing did, but that's just the conflicting report that led to me adding this part in earlier today.
Anyone else wishing to debate? Chair Gale.
Yeah, if comfortable, like I can ask my supervisor to forward me the email of that from the main housing. If that's, I can't get that done today, but that would have to be moved to postpone. But I could get that information if the body would feel more comfortable making a decision, because now it's he said, she said, and I don't want to. I want you guys to know that I'm not lying about this, so I'd be comfortable asking and revisiting this amendment.
Senator Berkman.
It was posted on the UCF housing website for sure. Like, keep your keys on you because no one will be working and no one will be able to assist you with lockouts. I am strongly in favor of passing this resolution. And if there is an inconsistency here that prevents this body from coming to agreement on that, then I am very much in favor of striking that statement.
Alrighty. Anyone else wishing to debate? Vice Chair Becerra?
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, I agree with Senator Gell and Senator Bergman. I mean, if UCF also posted this on their website, which I have not checked and probably should check right now, but if they did post it, then why would we keep the whereas about how UCF made residents work if UCF literally said that the residents wouldn't be like working? Like, first of all, I feel bad about the student that did end up working, but that's probably a problem with like the supervisor or something like that. So I'm in favor of crossing this out.
Anyone else wishing to debate? Senator Shella?
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 27-4, the amendment passes favorably. Debate time has elapsed, and we are now voting on the resolution. The vote count of 20-5-6. Resolution 5413 passes favorably on second reading. Senator Moll.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
I will not see that in the interest of time, unfortunately. What we are going to do, and we can maybe see if we can get to it, is as a roadmap for everybody, we're going to do Resolution 5414, Internal Bill 5427, Proclamation 5414, and Proclamation 5415, and then we will see what time we have left, as those are time sensitive. Moving along, Resolution 5414, resolution urging an investigation into Dr. Mubarak Shah. Senator Shella, 7 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so hello, everyone. So in this student body, you all know me as Senator Muhammad Shilla, but to my department, I'm known as an instructor and Professor Shalla. My students have known me for about 3 years now. In the Department of Computer Science, I've been teaching for about 7 semesters now, either as a graduate TA, some form of grader, assistant, and currently instructor. Now, since I've started inside this department, first as an interdisciplinary student, then becoming a computer science student, then a researcher within the department, I've become more involved within faculty meetings and research meetings in general. And it's come to my knowledge from those meetings of hearing accusations regarding a certain professor. Now, to give some context as seen on the resolution, the Center for Research in Computer Vision is the largest center for computer vision, not just nationally, but internationally. UCF serves as the #1 researcher in computer vision, and this is led by Dr. Mubarak Shah. Now, according to the accusations by former students and students within the Department of Computer Science. Dr. Mubarak Shah has created a hostile environment where students are expected to work long hours with minimal pay. And the accusations also include hostile and malicious conditions for international students. In other statements made by students, they claim that Dr. Shah should be under investigation for ethics and seen from an IRB standpoint, an institutional research board such as we have at UCF, for investigation into his ethics and work practices with his students. Currently, Shah oversees 41 PhD students and 3 postdoctoral researchers, and it's with that he holds significant power. That's due to the papers that are published and the research produced by the Center for Research in Computer Vision. Just in 2022 alone, 20 papers have been published. And a significant fact about that is that of those 16, he is the final author, and the other 4, he is the second to last author. For those who are not graduate students or those who are not involved inside research, that's a very significant thing because that means the order of authors is important there. If you're the first author of a paper, that means you contributed the most, probably about 50 or more % of the paper was your own. For example, a paper I recently submitted, I was the first author. I did 95% of the work, and the 5% was the second author who did formatting work for me. So given that some of these papers have up to 8 authors and Shah is the final author, that means he did very minimal work. However, here at the university, the one who is recognized is Dr. Mubarak Shah, not his PhD and postgraduate students who have done the work. Of that as well, another important fact to bring to light is that the university works on the inventions clause. Basically, anything that a student invents as a researcher or as an employee is the property of the university, whether to be sold, used, or traded, or given and transmitted to any body that the university deems necessary. This means that the university can take anything that you create or researched and then do whatever they want with it. So the important thing is not just to recognize the possible allegations of abuse, but also the recognition that these researchers, the hundreds of researchers in the past 25 years of the Center of Research of Computer Vision being founded, the recognition they deserve. Now, some facts I stated here as well that are very important is a very similar and eerily similar example occurred in UF back in 2019, where a fourth-year PhD candidate by the name of Huixin Chan was found to have hung himself in his lab. Now, the reason why is because he failed to gain support of his advisor, who he tried to tell him that he needed help and assistance, and was left alone to work by himself in the lab on all the work that was needed to be done, and was given falsified results to publish. The student did not want to do that and pushed back, but the advisor was the one who ran the conference where he was going to present the paper and forced him to do it anyways. So it took about 2 years for there to be any response from UF, even though an investigation was started, and UF did not have an adequate response. In fact, the professor resigned during the investigation, so there was never any true action done at that time. Another important fact within the university itself is another professor from the Center of Research in Computer Vision, a formerly disgraced professor, Dr. Ali Borji, was found to have 2 counts of stalking of one of his PhD students. So not only is there just allegations of abuse, there is situations with evidence of the Center of Research of Computer Vision having professors associated with it who have created this hostile environment. In fact, in that specific case with the female student, it was back in 2017 originally. She came to the university, the stalking occurred after she consented to a date and then decided to not continue the relationship in lieu of a professional relationship. However, the stalking got so bad that she left UCF, came back the next semester, changed her number and everything, and her friends ended up giving the new number to the professor, who then stalked her again. So it wasn't until several months later that he was charged in his office here at the university. So one last fact that I'd like to mention before I move to questioning is that the university in 2017 celebrated its 30th anniversary as a research experience in undergraduate program for the Center of Research in Computer Vision, where students get to come from different universities around the states, and they get to come work the summer in a research lab. However, in such a hostile, possibly hostile environment, we should not be exposing undergraduate students, since research shows that exposing undergrads and younger generations to such anguish and an environment without much support can lead to very dire consequences. With that, I yield to questioning.
Alrighty, we are in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Salcedo.
So, who did you talk to about these allegations? And I guess in other words, was it mostly you, like friends or your peers, like coworkers, or was it students of yours? Like, I'm trying to get an idea of like what your population looked like.
So like I mentioned, I've been an employee in the Department of Computer Science for a while. I'm going to be very vague with that answer for the sake of safety for the witnesses. However, I will say that they did come from the department. So it's not outsiders, because this is an internal issue. This is involving grad students in my specific department of computer science. And so it's not friends, because that would be biased. I made sure that the people that I spoke to and the ones that I heard these allegations from were people that I didn't necessarily know, or they didn't know me. But really, it was to focus on those who might have been involved or might have been affected as victims of such abuse, if it was occurring.
Senator Domino.
Without disclosure, obviously, are you aware of tangible evidence that supports this?
So unfortunately, I do not have videos or audio or anything like that, due to the sensitive matter of the situation and the level that that would require to get. And because this is, typically international students, it's a very vulnerable population to ask for something like that. However, I do have testimony. So, I mean, yes, that may not be tangible proof, but that is at the very least students saying that this is an issue, and, an investigation. If there is nothing to worry about, then it wouldn't mean anything. These students would be questioned and then nothing would come of it. But if those allegations do actually mean something, then that would lead to something more, if the university is willing to do that.
Right. Vice Chair Castillo.
Yeah, I just have a question. How were international students affected, or like, what's like the malicious intent towards international students?
I'm, based on my counsel that I have had, I'm going to be very vague with that as well. But based on the allegations, students in these situations are often in graduate assistantships, either research or teaching assistantships. And with those roles, they have attached visas to it. Now, as part of a graduate assistantship, there is certain clauses that can terminate a contract and therefore terminate a visa. And from these allegations, students, if they did not meet certain conditions, they would have their position terminated or threatened to be terminated.
Senator Moll.
Obviously being as vague as possible, but if you could just give a rough ballpark estimate of how many testimonies have you heard from students? Is this like 1 or 2, 5 to 10? Is it like more than that? And also on top of it being like a ballpark estimate of how many different testimonies you've heard, what are the relationship between these people who are coming forth with that? Are they people who know each other, or are they people in completely separate areas who, wouldn't be able to communicate with one another about these things?
That's a very good question. So like you said, I'm going to be a little bit vague. I apologize. But given the nature of it, I figured that's the best case to do. So as far as I know, these are independent people. Yes, they may have like cross paths at the department, because we have like 1,000 grad students. So it's kind of like you could cross paths potentially. But as far as I know, they're not like best friends or like something like that. They're not all conspiring to like give me false testimony or something like that. Also, given how long I've heard this for more than a year, I would assume that that would be playing a long con to, just say something like that, especially if it's just independent people. So, yeah, my assumption is these people are not directly correlated. These students, a lot of them are still current students here at the university. And so, yeah, I believe that these allegations do hold some weight to them, especially since a lot of the students who I have heard it from are directly involved in this type of research.
You go Senator Capozzi and then Vice Chair Castle.
If you're able to answer this without jeopardizing anybody's safety, do you know if there is on record prior to this, he has ever been reported or an investigation prior to this has ever gone through?
So as far as I know, again, and some of these reports date before that I've been inside the department, but I have heard of students reporting of the CRCV's actions to the department. As for any action outside of that or anything coming of them, I have nothing on record. And in my way of trying to provide that as tangible evidence, I tried to gain access to the department reports. I mean, as someone who works there, you can ask for them. But from my advisors and from the directors of the department who I know as independent and have asked about this type of thing because of FERPA law, it seems like I can't actually get them even if it's redacted. However, based on the recommendation that I was given by legal services, if such counsel were to do so, such as in this case, as I see in the Be It Further resolved, Chief Audit Executive Robert J. Taft and the audit team, then they can gain access to these types of things, or at least have a record that these did actually exist.
Sure, Council.
So looking at the Be It Further resolve costs, is there a reason why you limited the investigation to only the CRCV faculty and staff? But if not, would you be willing to expand it to other graduate programs or other UCF departments like the Honors College, just in case anyone else might be, facing potential abuses of power?
As much as I would love that, in my time here at the university, I realized that if you don't get as specific as possible, especially to an audit investigation, and again, most of my audit investigation experience comes from financial audit, but in this specific case, this is more of like a character audit and experience audit. But the reason why I specifically chose CRCV and wrote it that way is because that's what I've heard from students. Again, I have students from all different departments who come to the early computer science courses that I've been an assistant for. And so I haven't heard anything even close to this from anything else. The other thing is that there actually is not that many CRCV faculty and staff. There's very few. But again, that makes the investigation much easier to conduct. If something were to be found, I would hope the university would expand it if the university is willing to conduct such an investigation.
Chair Salcedo.
Do you have an idea of who would be conducting the investigation?
Yes, that's why I actually included it here. So Chief Audit Executive Robert J. Taft is in charge of independent investigation here at the university, along with the audit staff in university audit in the suite of the president in Milliken Hall.
Alrighty, are there any other questions? Vice Chair Hurl.
I know you mentioned a lot about being vague for the safety of these people. And I kind of know what you're talking about, but can you elaborate on what you mean by the safety? Like, is it visa-wise, position-wise, stuff like that? Can you elaborate a bit about that, if you don't mind?
I'm not sure how specific to go with this, but basically any type of consequence can range from a student being directly attached to something like this if they're talking out against one of their advisors. That could be a cancellation of their dissertation committee, a change in their dissertation. So that would mean they'd have to restart part of their research. It could mean that their position within the university decides not to continue. So if they have an assistantship or something like that as a grad student, they could decide just to not renew the contract. And other things basically could just be harassment and things like that. So it doesn't necessarily have to be like a huge inflammatory action, but it could just be something that could be uncomfortable for such a student to deal with. And I would not want to put anyone in that situation.
All right, Senator Moll, briefly.
No, I was going to move to go to debate.
All right, there's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate, Senator Spalding.
Hi. Okay, so I probably speak for many of us, if not most of us. One thing that we do in picking professors is we probably go to ratemyprofessor.com just to kind of get an idea if this is the kind of professor we want to work with. So I thought, okay, why not check it out? Because that's just where the most honest opinions are. Because we don't, when at the end, when we do a survey, we don't see that those are anonymous. So I was just kind of looking for any kind of proof that would back up what Senator Shalal was saying, and I was able to find statements that do corroborate his story dating back as far as 2016. The most recent one being July of this year, July 2022. So I definitely find validity in this, in everything that Senator Shalal was saying, and I definitely would support passing this resolution, because at the end of the day, our main job is to advocate on behalf of the student body, and this is something that needs to be addressed. So I'm going to be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Senator Capozzi.
I'm also going to be voting in favor of this. I don't believe that students who are here to further their education should be pretty much punished for that, and that we should keep a professor on staff just because he has he has too much power in his role, and if he's getting credit for students' work that he is doing very little for, that is completely unfair. We should not be giving this person any money or have any position here at the university, honestly.
Vice Chair Hurrell.
Okay, so most of you know, Creel is a very small community. So I talked to a lot of grad students, and I recently just found out about a professor death toll, which means which pretty much means like how many graduate students and undergrad students have committed suicide while working under them. And while researching, trying to see like if this was a thing for him, I didn't find anything, might I add. But I did some research on this professor, and like Senator Spalding said, like if you look at Rate My Professor, there's a lot of talk about abuse, aggression, and I would encourage y'all to look into that. There are some good, I will say, there are some good responses, but the good shouldn't outweigh the bad. An investigation should be had if these are some of our students' experience with this professor, in my opinion. So I will be voting in favor.
Okay, just point of information, Rate My Professor is not like verified by the University of Central Florida. You're more than welcome to look at it. I encourage you to, but just for future note, that does not hold up well in any sort of investigation or anything else like that. But those are 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any speeches in negation to this resolution? Seeing none, motion, Chair Temple.
Move to vote on resolution 5414.
Just a motion to vote on resolution 5414. Any objections? Seeing none, or there. Alrighty. With a vote count of 28 to 0 to 1, resolution 5414 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty. Is there a motion to go to internal bill 5427? Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Pro Tem Foster, do you yield?
I yield to Chief Justice Kira.
All right, Chief Justice Carroll, 3 minutes whenever you're ready. You can just go to one of the microphone next to Deezer Patel if you'd like.
Okay. Hello, well, not fellow, but senators. So this bill was something that the Judicial Council worked on with both President Foster and Brody, our advisor, in writing. So as you know, when I was confirmed for Chief Justice back in the day, it was one of my initiatives to expand the fiscal administrative appeal process. So this is kind of the first step of me, as well as several other justices on our council who had the same initiative, kind of fulfilling that thing. This specific bill is pretty simple. So basically, the only thing that this is changing in Title V, you can see the cross out right there. As it's laid out in statutes right now, after our appeal is over, once we make our final decision, the appeal is then remanded back to legislative branch. So with this being a process that, we are continuing to work with ORS and Chair Wajin on smoothing out and continuing to work with senators to hopefully write more legislation in the future. This is something that we're doing right now to kind of bring back purpose for these appeals. When we saw this in statutes, a lot of us were kind of baffled on why this was a thing. One, because it kind of defeats the entire purpose of an appeal in general. If I'm a student reading these statutes, I guess in my eyes, trying to make these statutes accessible to people, if I'm a student reading these statutes and I want to appeal my sanction and I see that it gets remanded back to ORS anyway, I'm not going to appeal that because there's no real incentive to. Also, this does kind of alleviate ORS and having to hear things twice. Does kind of defeat the purpose. So this is what we are proposing to do right now. And I very much encourage questions. Now you have my time.
We are now in line for questions. All those with questions, Senator Berkman.
Chief Justice Kerr, will there be an effort by the judicial branch to educate themselves further on the processes of the Senate fiscal committees?
Yeah, so I actually talked to Katrina yesterday about how our President Chair, Eliza Doyle, is planning on having her come to our fiscal meeting to talk about that. So, yes.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for Chief Justice Kerr? Seeing none, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Senator Spaulding.
Yes, as someone who sat in one of these appeals yesterday for nearly 4 hours, I can honestly say that I am firmly in favor of this because if the Judicial Council makes a decision and then ORS has that power again to say, okay, well, we can take this into consideration, it just kind of goes full circle, which doesn't necessarily, it's not necessary. So I am, in support of this and I will vote in favor and I encourage you all to do the same.
Senator Berkman.
Given that Chief Justice Kerr has assured us that the judicial branch will do their best to educate themselves on what our fiscal committees do, and given the fact that I would very much like for student RSOs to have the ability to appeal in a meaningful way that does not involve the circle back to ORS, I very much support this.
Chair Temple.
May I retain?
You may.
All right, so I will also be voting in favor of this piece of legislation, not for the least bit because it'll expedite the procedures for both the judicial and for ORS, but it also allows for both legislative and judicial to be more cohesive in fiscal policy matters. And may I direct a question to the Chief Justice quickly?
You may.
A simple yes or no from you, Mr. Chief Justice. Will you encourage justices to attend ORS and see the procedure firsthand?
Yeah, sure.
With that, move to vote on Internal Bill 5427.
So motion to vote on Internal Bill 5427. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. The vote count of 28 to 0. Internal Bill 5427 passes favorably on second reading. Is there a motion to go to Proclamation 5414? Alrighty, we got 2 proclamations left, and then we're done for the night. Is there a motion for speech, question, debate? Pro Tem Foster.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate.
So a motion for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Proclamation 5414, recognizing October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Women's Caucus Chair Moda, 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Basically, this is a proclamation that was like a resolution that was signed in the 53rd session. We just wanted to basically bring awareness to again this month from the 54th session. And we updated the statistics on everything that we could find. We couldn't really find anything from 2021 to 2022, but we did try as much as we could. It's really just trying to bring awareness to what's going on. People that are in this kind of situation, it's really hard for them, and just trying to find different ways for them to cope with what's going on and just bringing awareness to it. So I yield my time to questionnaire.
Ready. We are now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. I will take one question before we make a motion. Vice Chair Harrell.
What was the process for Women's Caucus to decide to bring this proclamation back up?
Yeah, so basically, since we found out that it was a Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we wanted to advocate for women. I mean, that's what we do. So we just got together and talked about how we could do that, and bringing this proclamation back would bring awareness to it, bring some light into what's going on. And I mean, we've sort of wrote some resolutions that we could do, is just talking like things on like resources on campus and just reaching out to one another. So that's basically it.
Normal.
Move to go to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Anyone wishing to debate? Chair Temple.
So I did sit in on the Women's Caucus meeting when they did work on this bill. I actually helped work on it myself, and I must say it is an incredibly important topic that needs to be discussed not only through legislation but through active and consistent action. And I would hope that the Women's Caucus as a whole, and indeed all of Senate, would bring a consistent awareness to this issue, because I know for a fact that students, past and present, have dealt with this sort of trauma, and this cannot happen under any circumstance whatsoever. So I would highly encourage all my fellow senators to vote in favor of this proclamation in order to show and to further dedicate themselves to working against domestic violence from here on out.
Vice Chair Namarji.
May I retain?
You may.
Okay, so I'm in full support of this resolution as well, or this IRL as well, because actually during the pandemic, domestic violence increased because people were forced to stay in their homes a great deal more than they otherwise would have been. So domestic violence increased. So it's important to raise awareness to this issue now, especially because, like Chair Temple said, it's not often talked about. So with that, I move to vote.
Motion to vote on Proclamation 5414. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With vote count of 25 to 0, Proclamation 5414 passes favorably on second reading. Senator Berrickman.
A motion to see Proclamation 5413 today.
I will not, unfortunately, see that, just because we do have a Senate meeting before November 11th, and proclamations only have to pass second reading. Senator Berrickman.
Given the fact that for a proclamation to actually do anything, it should be in as much time as possible. And the fact that other bills were written today to be passed today is all well and good, but this is timely, and this is in the interest of bringing awareness to these issues for the UCF campus.
I will see Proclamation 5415 first, and then you can make the motion, and if we want to see it, the chamber can see it. If not, then we will go into pro-con or whatever we need to do. Proclamation 5415, proclamation celebrating Filipino Heritage Month for October 2022. Chair Temple, 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
I will not try to filibuster the floor tonight, but I will say that the Philippine culture and Philippine history is an incredibly rich and diverse section of wider world history, and particularly American history, because believe it or not, Filipinos and Americans have been inextricably linked to each other going back to the 1580s. 1587 was when the first Filipino sailors and workers had landed in what is known as Morro Bay, California. And for the next 300 years or so, they have lived in basic coexistence with the U.S. up until 1898, when the United States had actually kicked the Spanish out, because context, Spanish had actually conquered the Philippines at that time, but then they had conquered the Philippines themselves and had ruled it as a colony up until 1946, when the United States had granted the Philippines its independence. Since then, the two have worked very closely with each other to the point where they are basically brother and sister, and that actually coincides with the whole culture dynamic of the Philippines as a whole. We Filipinos are extremely close with each other, tight-knit, to the point where we call even strangers who are distant relatives of ourselves uncle and aunt, which implies that we have that very close bond with each other. In order to recognize that, in order to truly understand the Philippine culture, I would highly encourage you all to look through and pass this bill. Not just pass it outright, but actually look into the details of this, because what you will see is incredibly fascinating information. Some information that you may not even know, information that I didn't even know from this. Like, for example, as of 2019, 1 in 20 registered nurses in the United States were trained from the Philippines. It's an insane statistic, and it goes to show how much the Philippines has impacted not only the U.S. economy, but also U.S. society, U.S. politics, and as a whole U.S. history. So please consider this bill and pass it favorably, not for myself, but for the Philippine community as a whole. I yield my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. All those with questions? I will take a question. Senator Sholo.
Just out of curiosity, what's your favorite Filipino dish?
That is the very last question I expected to hear, because that's going to cause me to filibuster. But nevertheless, my favorite food would probably be pancit or adobo. Basically, noodle dish with a bunch of vegetables in it, or chicken or pork mixed with soy sauce, and it's delicious. You're making me hungry here, though, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to stop myself before I go completely rabid.
Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, raise your hand. Chair Moda.
Yeah, I'm not Filipino, but I am Asian, so I am full support of this. It is an amazing proclamation. I mean, we need to bring more awareness to Asian culture. So yes, I will be in favor of it. Please vote for yes for this.
Vice Chair Hurl.
Yeah, I will be voting in favor of this as well. Also, Ponce, my favorite. Love it. I encourage all of you to vote in favor. I think bringing awareness to Filipino culture, heritage is extremely important. And I think that's something that we should be supportive of.
Ready? Any other senators wishing to debate? Senator Moll.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Proclamation 5415. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 30 to 0, Proclamation 5415 passes favorably on second reading. Senator Barrickman, do you have a motion?
I motion to see Proclamation 5413 today.
There's been a motion to see Proclamation 5413. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. Pro con, minute each. So pro the objection, con. Brody, who goes first in a pro con? The amendment? The objection? Okay. Senator Moll.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. The main reason why I objected is because I put an amendment on there, and I don't think that we're going to be able to debate the amendment, vote on the amendment, and then debate the resolution or the proclamation itself, and also vote on it in the next 7 minutes. But I yield my time.
Senator Bergman.
Seeing that amendment, I agreed that all veterans of all type are important, and I just think it's important to keep focus here on the idea of Veterans Day. And if we would like to get into all of the history surrounding all of the various types of veterans, I would like to make sure that all types of veterans, as it is the most diverse community here on campus, are seen, and not just Puerto Rican veterans. I would like to see this today because we have our next meeting on November the 3rd. By the time we get this scene signed and moved on to the president, it would be a very short time before November 11th, and that is Veterans Day. If we want to bring awareness to this or anything, I think it's important to do so in a length of time prior to the day. Thank you.
Alrighty, we are now voting on the pro-con. Pro the objection, Senator Mole. Con, Senator Berrickman. Pro is to not move to proclamation. The con is to move to the proclamation. Correct. Yeah. Of 22 to 6, the objection carries. And what I will say at the very least is when we go to the next meeting on the 3rd, when we hit unfinished business, that will be the first thing that we see, and we can go from there.
Thank you.
Moving along, is there a motion to go to miscellaneous business? Alrighty, resignations. I hereby resign Senator Anderson from FAO, Senator Wandren from CRT, Senator Borges from ORS, and Senator Wandren from the Disability Caucus. Elections. Is there a motion to open up the floor for LGR nominations? All right, I hereby nominate Senator Wandren, Senator Borges. Is there a motion to close the floor for LGR nominations? All those in favor? Aye. All those against? All right, Senator Wandren, Senator Borges are added to LJR. Foster's fit check. Hit us.
All right. Waiting all night for this one. Everybody dressed up. I don't know why. Everybody dressed up. Honorable mention. Posey, she has on a sleek Halloween costume. She has pumpkin earrings. Probably can't see it, but she has pumpkin earrings. Ooh, this is so hard. Oh my God. We'll go Holmes. I haven't given to Holmes in a while. We'll go Holmes. Okay. Okay. 2. Okay, AJ. I see you back there. Now, number 1. Let's get a drum roll really quick. Drum roll. Come on. I want to give it to Allo. Allo has had good fits. Allo has had consistently good fits for the past month, and I just left Allo out. So give it to Allo.
Alrighty, Senator Mole.
Before we adjourn, just in spirit of Foster's fit check, motion for Speaker Hall to show everyone the back of his shirt. Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair, you're in.
Trainer.
Present.
Tribble.
Here.
Mole.
Here.
Podier. Moda.
Here.
Kira.
Here.
Nimbargi.
Here.
McClellan. Millington.
Present.
Temple.
Present.
Capozzi.
Present.
Caldwell.
Present.
Spalding.
Present.
Castello.
Present.
Parmar.
Present.
Simcoe.
Present.
Wanjin. Domino.
Present.
Foster.
Present.
Shilla.
Present.
Becerra.
Present.
Gell.
Present.
Yalamanchili.
Present.
Heightskill.
Present.
Demarla. Patel.
Here.
Uchoa.
Here.
Harrell.
Present.
Borges. Barrickman,
Present.
Almanar,
Presente.
Anderson, Castellan,
Present.
Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Costas, Martin, Salcedo,
Present.
Tache, Brenner. 33 out of 41 quorum is verified.
Okay, wait, before everyone leaves, two quick things. One, remember next week, T-Pain. Other thing, on a more serious note, I understand the hurricane has kind of pushed a lot of classes back, things like that. But going forward, I will be calling decorum in the chamber because way too many people are working on homework currently or doing other things when you ought to be, here mentally. I understand it's been tough. That's why I didn't do that this past meeting. But going forward, if I do see people excessively on their phones, things like that, I will call you out, and I will call you out very publicly. So please don't have me do that. Outside of that, have a great week, everybody. I adjourn at 11:59.